Have you ever wondered who he really was? The man standing just within the shadow of the Queen. The world remembers Prince Philip as a symbol of unshakable duty, the figure who walked exactly 2 steps behind his wife for 7 decades. But tonight I want to whisper a different story to you, a story far more raw, human and dramatic than any royal fairy tale. It is the saga of a prince born not on a gilded throne, but on a kitchen table. A child who did not sleep in a palace nursery, but was smuggled across the sea in a crate meant for oranges, fleeing a firing squad. This is the untold journey of the Iron Shield, a man forged by the trauma of exile, tempered by the fire of war, and defined by a quiet, often lonely sacrifice that history is only just beginning to understand. So, let the noise of the modern world fade away. Relax your shoulders, take a deep breath, and close your eyes. Let us drift back through the mists of time to the emerald waters of the Mediterranean a century ago, where a solitary and extraordinary life is about to begin. Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, was one of the most remarkable and complex figures of the modern British monarchy, a man shaped by exile, war, devotion, duty, and a lifelong sense of displacement. Born in 1921 on the Greek island of Corfu as Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark, his life began with instability. When he was barely a toddler, his family was exiled after political upheaval. He grew up wandering across Europe, separated from his parents, raised by relatives, and moulded by a childhood that had no real home. This early instability forged his toughness, discipline, and a deep sense of emotional restraint that would shape the rest of his life. He joined the British Royal Navy as a teenager and distinguished himself during World War II with courage and exceptional leadership. It was during this period that he reconnected with Princess Elizabeth, whom he had first met in childhood. Their bond grew quietly but steadily, culminating in their marriage in 1947. When Elizabeth became Queen in 1952, Philip's role changed forever. He surrendered his naval career, something he deeply loved, to support the young Queen, stepping into a position that offered duty but little personal freedom. For more than 7 decades, Prince Philip served as the Queen's closest advisor, confidant, and emotional anchor. He represented a paradox: publicly stoic and blunt, privately warm and humorous, outwardly strong, inwardly burdened by loneliness and the sacrifices required of him. He modernized the monarchy in ways the public rarely noticed, pushing for television broadcasts, advocating for efficiency, supporting thousands of charities, and championing youth development worldwide through the Duke of Edinburgh's award. Yet behind the iron exterior was a man often described as isolated. His royal role demanded silence, obedience, and adaptation. His childhood trauma, emotional distance from family, and constant scrutiny shaped a life that looked grand but felt solitary. Even within the palace, he was often the outsider, the foreign prince, the naval officer forced into ceremonial duties, the man walking 2 steps behind his wife. His legacy is a mixture of strength and sacrifice. He stood as the monarchy's quiet shield, unseen, unpraised, but essential. Prince Philip's story is not just about royal life. It is also a story of endurance, loyalty, and the quiet loneliness that follows a man who gives everything for duty and love, but receives little of the spotlight in return. Now let the noise of the modern world fade into the background. Close your eyes and let the heavy velvet curtain of time swing back, drifting over a century into the past. We are not in a palace of gold, but on an island of emerald cypress and turquoise water. It is June 10th, 1921, on the Greek island of Corfu. The air is thick with the scent of wild thyme, lemon blossoms, and the salt spray of the Ionian Sea, a humid blanket that wraps around the white stucco walls of a villa named Mon Repos, my rest. The name is a gentle irony. for there is very little rest here today. Inside the villa, the shutters are drawn against the blinding Mediterranean sun, slicing the dusty air into ribbons of shadow and light. Listen closely, and you can hear the distant, rhythmic cicadas buzzing in the olive groves, a sound that rises and falls like the breathing of the island itself. Inside, there is the hushed urgency of servants moving across wooden floors, the clinking of metal basins, and the low murmurs of anxiety. Here, in a room that smells of beeswax and iodine, a child is making his way into the world. But this is not the sterile quiet of a hospital. It is the chaotic, lived-in warmth of a summer residence that has seen better days. We must address a legend immediately, one that hangs over his nativity like a curious mist. You may have heard the story that Prince Philip, a man of royal blood, was born on a kitchen table. It sounds like a fable, a detail invented by a novelist to emphasize his humble beginnings, yet family lore insists it is true. The doctor on hand, concerned about the stability, or perhaps the cleanliness of the available bed, ordered the heavy wooden dining table to be cleared. There, upon a surface meant for feasts, covered perhaps by a simple linen sheet, a future patriarch was born. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. He enters the world as Philippos, a prince of Greece and Denmark, sixth in line to the Greek throne, but he is a prince of a kingdom that is already burning. His mother, Princess Alice of Battenberg, is deaf, a woman of intense spirituality and sensitivity, who reads lips in multiple languages but often struggles to be heard in a world dominated by shouting men. She holds the boy, his hair bleached white blonde by destiny, even before the sun touches it. He is the only son, the fifth child after four sisters, Margarita, Theodora, Cecilia, and Sophie. A sudden anchor in a storm that is brewing just across the Aegean Sea. While the baby sleeps, unaware of the crown on his passport or the heavy expectations already settling on his small chest, the news arriving by telegram is dire. His father, Prince Andrew, is not pacing the hallway with a cigar. He is an army commander embroiled in the catastrophic Greco-Turkish war. The Greek army is overextended, morale is shattering, and the political winds in Athens are turning violent. The royal family is not beloved in this moment. They are convenient scapegoats for a military disaster. Historical records show that the villa, despite its grand name, was not a fortress of luxury. It had no electricity, and the plumbing was temperamental at best. One might imagine a fairy godmother hovering over the cradle, looking at the family's dwindling finances and deciding that resilience would be a far more practical gift than wealth, and resilience is exactly what the heir demands. The atmosphere in the nursery is not one of secure triumph, but of fragile impermanence. The drapes are heavy, perhaps to muffle the sounds of a country turning against its rulers. Outside, the Ionian Sea crashes against the rocks, a constant reminder of the world beyond the island, the world that will soon come to claim this boy. He is born into the twilight of the old European order, where cousins sat on every throne, but those thrones were beginning to topple like dominoes. Historians still argue whether the family truly grasped the danger they were in during those first few months. Some letters suggest a naive hope that the war would turn, while others reveal a frantic packing of trunks, a quiet liquidation of assets. But for the infant Philippos, there is only the warmth of his mother's arms and the smell of the sea. He does not know that he is a Greek prince who has no Greek blood. His lineage is Danish, German, Russian, and British. He is a construct of treaties and marriages, a citizen of nowhere before he can even walk. As the summer of 1921 fades into a turbulent autumn, the shadows in the villa lengthen. The laughter of his 4 older sisters echoes in the hallways, but it is pierced by the sharp ring of the telephone and the arrival of grim-faced messengers. The king, Constantine I, Philip's uncle, is losing his grip on power. The disastrous campaign in Asia Minor is collapsing. Soon, the anger of a humiliated nation will turn toward the generals and the princes who led them. Prince Andrew, Philip's father, will be arrested, accused of treason for disobeying orders, a charge that carries the penalty of death. The baby in the crib, still smelling of milk and talcum powder, is about to become a refugee. The golden haze of Corfu is dissolving. The idyllic rest of Monrepo is an illusion. The camera of history pulls back from the window of the nursery, rising above the cypress trees, looking out toward the horizon where British warships patrol the waters. They are not just watching, they are waiting. The boy on the dining table has taken his first breath, but the world he was born to rule is vanishing beneath his feet. He is royalty without a realm, a prince without a penny, and soon he will be a son without a father. The wind picks up, rattling the shutters, whispering the first notes of a long and lonely song that will follow him for 99 years. Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, was one of the most remarkable and complex figures of the modern British monarchy, a man shaped by exile, war, devotion, duty, and a lifelong sense of displacement. Born in 1921 on the Greek island of Corfu as Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark, his life began with instability. When he was barely a toddler, his family was exiled after political upheaval. He grew up wandering across Europe, separated from his parents, raised by relatives, and moulded by a childhood that had no real home. This early instability forged his toughness, discipline, and a deep sense of emotional restraint that would shape the rest of his life. He joined the British Royal Navy as a teenager and distinguished himself during World War II with courage and exceptional leadership. It was during this period that he reconnected with Princess Elizabeth, whom he had first met in childhood. Their bond grew quietly but steadily, culminating in their marriage in 1947. When Elizabeth became Queen in 1952, Philip's role changed forever. He surrendered his naval career, something he deeply loved, to support the young Queen, stepping into a position that offered duty, but little personal freedom. For more than 7 decades, Prince Philip served as the Queen's closest advisor, confidant, and emotional anchor. He represented a paradox: publicly stoic and blunt, privately warm and humorous, outwardly strong, inwardly burdened by loneliness and the sacrifices required of him. He modernized the monarchy in ways the public rarely noticed, pushing for television broadcasts, advocating for efficiency, supporting thousands of charities, and championing youth development worldwide through the Duke of Edinburgh's award. Yet behind the iron exterior was a man often described as isolated. His royal role demanded silence, obedience, and adaptation. His childhood trauma, emotional distance from family, and constant scrutiny shaped a life that looked grand but felt solitary. Even within the palace, he was often the outsider, the foreign prince, the naval officer forced into ceremonial duties, the man walking 2 steps behind his wife. His legacy is a mixture of strength and sacrifice. He stood as the monarchy's quiet shield, unseen, unpraised, but essential. Prince Philip's story is not just about royal life. It is also a story of endurance, loyalty, and the quiet loneliness that follows a man who gives everything for duty and love, but receives little of the spotlight in return. Now, let the noise of the modern world fade into the background. Close your eyes and let the heavy velvet curtain of time swing back, drifting over a century into the past. We are not in a palace of gold, but on an island of emerald cypress and turquoise water. It is June 10th, 1921, on the Greek island of Corfu. The air is thick with the scent of wild thyme, lemon blossoms, and the salt spray of the Ionian Sea, a humid blanket that wraps around the white stucco walls of a villa named Mon Repos, my rest. The name is a gentle irony, for there is very little rest here today. Inside the villa, the shutters are drawn against the blinding Mediterranean sun, slicing the dusty air into ribbons of shadow and light. Listen closely, and you can hear the distant rhythmic cicadas buzzing in the olive groves, a sound that rises and falls like the breathing of the island itself. Inside, there is the hushed urgency of servants moving across wooden floors, the clinking of metal basins, and the low murmurs of anxiety. Here, in a room that smells of beeswax and iodine, a child is making his way into the world. But this is not the sterile quiet of a hospital. It is the chaotic, lived-in warmth of a summer residence that has seen better days. We must address a legend immediately, one that hangs over his nativity like a curious mist. You may have heard the story that Prince Philip, a man of royal blood, was born on a kitchen table. It sounds like a fable, a detail invented by a novelist to emphasize his humble beginnings, yet family law insists it is true. The doctor on hand, concerned about the stability, or perhaps the cleanliness of the available bed, ordered the heavy wooden dining table to be cleared. There, upon a surface meant for feasts, covered perhaps by a simple linen sheet, a future patriarch was born. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. He enters the world as Philippos, a prince of Greece and Denmark, sixth in line to the Greek throne, but he is a prince of a kingdom that is already burning. His mother, Princess Alice of Battenberg, is deaf, a woman of intense spirituality and sensitivity, who reads lips in multiple languages but often struggles to be heard in a world dominated by shouting men. She holds the boy, his hair bleached white blonde, by destiny even before the sun touches it. He is the only son, the fifth child after four sisters, Margarita, Theodora, Cecilia, and Sophie, a sudden anchor in a storm that is brewing just across the Aegean Sea. While the baby sleeps, unaware of the crown on his passport or the heavy expectations already settling on his small chest, the news arriving by telegram is dire. His father, Prince Andrew, is not pacing the hallway with a cigar. He is an army commander embroiled in the catastrophic Greco-Turkish war. The Greek army is overextended, morale is shattering, and the political winds in Athens are turning violent. The royal family is not beloved in this moment. They are convenient scapegoats for a military disaster. Historical records show that the villa, despite its grand name, was not a fortress of luxury. It had no electricity, and the plumbing was temperamental at best. One might imagine a fairy godmother hovering over the cradle, looking at the family's dwindling finances and deciding that resilience would be a far more practical gift than wealth. And resilience is exactly what the heir demands. The atmosphere in the nursery is not one of secure triumph, but of fragile impermanence. The drapes are heavy, perhaps to muffle the sounds of a country turning against its rulers. Outside, the Ionian Sea crashes against the rocks, a constant reminder of the world beyond the island, the world that will soon come to claim this boy. He is born into the twilight of the old European order, where cousins sat on every throne, but those thrones were beginning to topple like dominoes. Historians still argue whether the family truly grasped the danger they were in during those first few months. Some letters suggest a naive hope that the war would turn, while others reveal a frantic packing of trunks, a quiet liquidation of assets. But for the infant Philippos, there is only the warmth of his mother's arms and the smell of the sea. He does not know that he is a Greek prince who has no Greek blood. His lineage is Danish, German, Russian, and British. he is a construct of treaties and marriages, a citizen of nowhere before he can even walk. As the summer of 1921 fades into a turbulent autumn, the shadows in the villa lengthen. The laughter of his four older sisters echoes in the hallways, but it is pierced by the sharp ring of the telephone and the arrival of grim-faced messengers. The king, Constantine I, Philip's uncle, is losing his grip on power. The disastrous campaign in Asia Minor is collapsing. Soon, the anger of a humiliated nation will turn toward the generals and the princes who led them. Prince Andrew, Philip's father, will be arrested, accused of treason for disobeying orders, a charge that carries the penalty of death. The baby in the crib, still smelling of milk and talcum powder, is about to become a refugee. The golden haze of Corfu is dissolving. The idyllic rest of Mont Repos is an illusion. The camera of history pulls back from the window of the nursery, rising above the cypress trees, looking out toward the horizon where British warships patrol the waters. They are not just watching, they are waiting. The boy on the dining table has taken his first breath, but the world he was born to rule is vanishing beneath his feet. He is royalty without a realm, a prince without a penny, and soon he will be a son without a father. The wind picks up, rattling the shutters, whispering the first notes of a long and lonely song that will follow him for 99 years. The train tracks of destiny carried the exiled family north, away from the warm, treacherous waters of the Mediterranean and into the grey, elegant embrace of suburban Paris. The year was 1923, and the family, stripped of their titles in practice, if not in name, settled into a borrowed life in the town of Saint-Cloud. The house they occupied, at 5 Rue du Mont Valérien, was not a palace, nor was it a hovel. It was a dependency, a guest lodge on the estate of Philip's wealthy aunt, Princess Marie Bonaparte. This setting is crucial for understanding the emotional landscape of Philip's childhood. He grew up in the shadow of someone else's grandeur, playing in gardens that did not belong to him, sleeping under a roof sustained by the charity of relatives. Marie Bonaparte was a fascinating, formidable woman, a psychoanalyst, a disciple of Sigmund Freud, and a woman of immense fortune who essentially bankrolled the exiled family's existence. For the toddler Philip, this world was a sensory playground of contradictions. The house smelled of damp wool, old books, and the faint sweet scent of roasting chestnuts drifting in from the Parisian streets, mingling with the sharper aroma of his father's Turkish cigarettes. To the outside observer, they were still royalty, the princes of Greece. But inside the lodge, the currency was anxiety. Historians often point to this period as the incubation chamber for Philip's legendary pragmatism. He watched his parents navigate the humiliation of genteel poverty, a specific kind of suffering where appearances must be maintained even as the bank accounts run dry. There were no footmen here, no ladies in waiting. There was only the daily reality of bills that could not be paid and clothes that had to be mended. Yet, for a young boy, there was also a chaotic joy. Philip was a boisterous, energetic child, described by visitors as enormously fat in his toddler years, a testament to the hearty, if simple meals provided by their cook, and possessed of a roaring energy that often shattered the somber mood of the household. He was the Zuzu, the baby of the family, doted upon by his four older sisters, who became, in effect, four auxiliary mothers. They brushed his hair, wiped his nose, and shielded him from the darkening clouds gathering over their parents' marriage. The dynamic between Prince Andrew and Princess Alice during these Paris years is a study in tragedy, played out in slow motion behind closed doors. Andrew, once a dashing military commander, was now a man hollowed out by failure. He spent his days in the study, writing a book that attempted to justify his actions during the war, a desperate, ink-stained effort to clear his name for a history that had already judged him. When he wasn't writing, he drifted into the nightlife of Paris and Monte Carlo, wearing his monocle like a piece of armour, a shield of glass against a world that had rejected him. He was present in body, but his spirit was ghosting away, retreating into a fog of apathy and resentment. He loved his son, but from a distance, like a man observing a ship on the horizon, unsure of how to bridge the gap between his own broken past and the boy's unwritten future. Meanwhile, Princess Alice was moving in the opposite direction. While Andrew retreated into the secular world of pleasure and defence, Alice was diving headlong into the spiritual. She opened a small art shop in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, selling traditional Greek embroidery and lace to wealthy Americans, humbling herself to the role of a shopkeeper to keep the family afloat. It is a poignant image, the granddaughter of Queen Victoria, standing behind a counter, wrapping parcels for tourists. But beneath this practical surface, a fissure was opening in her mind. She began to drift away from the Anglican faith of her upbringing and the Greek orthodoxy of her marriage, moving toward a fervent, mystical interpretation of reality. She claimed to receive divine messages, her deafness paradoxically allowing her to hear voices that no one else could perceive. To the young Philip, this was simply life. He did not know that other mothers did not speak to angels in the drawing room. He did not know that other fathers went to offices instead of casinos. A child's normal is whatever surrounds him, and Philip's normal was a house filled with heavy furniture, whispered conversations in German and English, and a pervasive sense of waiting for money, waiting for news, waiting for the restoration that would never come. Scholars debating this period of Philip's life often wonder how much of the tension he internalized. While he was too young to understand the complexities of exile, children are emotional barometers, sensing the pressure drop in a room long before the storm breaks. He developed a toughness here, a protective shell. He learned to be self-sufficient because the adults around him were preoccupied with their own survival. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal, but spiritually true, of Philip dodging the nursemaids to run wild in the gardens of Saint-Cloud, scraping his knees and refusing to cry, already practicing the stoicism that would become his trademark. He was a rough-and-tumble boy, physically brave and uninterested in the stuffy etiquette of his royal cousins. Once, during a visit to relatives in Romania, he was found marching up and down pretending to be a soldier, shouting orders at imaginary troops, a playful mimicry of the father who had lost his own army. But in Paris, the soldier was fighting a war against silence and sadness. The mirrors in the house at Saint-Cloud were not literally broken, but metaphorically, they reflected a fractured family. Each member was looking at a different version of reality. The sisters were looking toward marriage as an escape. Andrew was looking backward at his lost honour. Alice was looking upward into a celestial void. And Philip was just looking for someone to play with. It was during these years that he began his education at the Elms, an American school in Paris. Here, he was just Philip, a boy with a slightly unkempt appearance and a loud laugh, learning baseball and boxing rather than court protocol. He thrived in this environment, soaking up the rougher quality of the playground. It was a respite from the heavy atmosphere of home, a place where he didn't have to be a prince in exile, just a boy with a bruised shin. But the fragile equilibrium of the Paris years could not hold. The financial strain was a constant low-frequency hum, vibrating through the floorboards. The charity of Aunt Marie was generous, but it came with the subtle, stinging price of dependency. The family was living on borrowed time as much as borrowed money. By the late 1920s, the cracks in Princess Alice's mental health were widening into chasms. Her behaviour became more erratic, her religious delusions more consuming. The four sisters, moving into their late teens and early 20s, were beginning to marry German princes, leaving the nest one by one. The protective circle around the young Philip was thinning. The laughter in the hallways was fading, replaced by the murmuring of doctors and the rustle of concerned letters sent between the royal houses of Europe. The happy family tableau was dissolving like a watercolour left out in the rain. Philip, now approaching the age of 8, stood in the centre of this dissolving world, a small figure in short trousers, watching the only stability he had ever known begin to crumble. He did not know it yet, but the Paris of broken mirrors was about to shatter completely, and the shards would cut the cords that bound him to his parents forever. The twilight of his childhood was ending, and the long, cold night of his solitude was about to begin. The camera of our story lingers one last time on the house at St. Cloud, the autumn leaves blowing across the gravel driveway, the lights flickering in the windows, and the silent realization that this, too, was a temporary station, not a home. The disintegration of Philip's family did not happen with a single explosion, but rather like a slow-motion landslide, terrifying in its inevitability. The year 1930 stands as the black border in the book of his childhood, the year the ground finally gave way beneath his feet. He was 9 years old, an age where a boy is old enough to feel the shame of abandonment, but too young to understand the complexity of mental illness. The crisis centred on his mother, Princess Alice. Her drift into mysticism had accelerated into a terrifying descent. She believed she was in physical relationships with religious figures, her reality fracturing into shards of hallucinations and intense distress. The doctors arrived at the house in St. Cloud not as healers, but as agents of separation. They consulted with Prince Andrew and her mother, the Dowager Marchioness of Milford Haven, and the verdict was grim: paranoid schizophrenia. What happened next is a scene of profound sorrow, one that Philip would not speak of for decades, and perhaps never fully processed. His mother was not told the truth of her destination. Under the guise of a drive or a visit, she was sedated and taken away to a sanatorium in Kreuzlingen, Switzerland. The boy came home from a day out, perhaps from school, perhaps from playing in the park, to find the house strangely silent. The heart of the family had been surgically removed. There were no goodbyes. There was no explanation that a 9-year-old could grasp. His mother had simply vanished into the sterile white rooms of an asylum behind locked doors and barred windows, lost to a world of shadows where her son could not follow. But the tragedy was a double blow. If Alice's departure was involuntary, a result of illness, his father's departure was a choice, born of exhaustion and a desire to escape the wreckage of his life. Prince Andrew, unable to cope with his wife's breakdown and the burden of raising a son alone on a shoestring budget, effectively resigned his commission as a father. He closed the house at St. Cloud. The furniture was sold or stored, the lease surrendered. He packed his bags and moved to the French Riviera, to the sun-drenched apathy of Monte Carlo, where he could live cheaply on his yacht with his mistress, floating on the surface of a life that demanded nothing of him. He did not take Philip with him. In the span of roughly 18 months, Philip's 4 sisters also left, marrying into German nobility in quick succession: Sophie, Cecilia, Theodora, and Margarita, finding their own escapes in the arms of princes and the security of new titles. The house was empty. The family was gone. Philip was left holding the pieces of a puzzle that no longer formed a picture. He was, for all intents and purposes, an orphan with living parents. He had no home address to put on a school form. He had no one to sign his report cards. He became a parcel, passed between relatives in England and Germany, a royal stray fed and clothed by uncles and grandmothers who loved him so certainly, but who already had lives and families of their own. There is a heartbreaking anecdote, often cited by biographers, a moment of stark realization during a holiday. When asked where he was going for the break, other boys would name their hometowns or their parents' estates. Philip would simply reply, "I don't know." He had to wait to be told who would take him in that summer. Would it be his grandmother Victoria at Kensington Palace, his uncle George Mountbatten at Linden Manor? He lived out of a suitcase, his few possessions, a cricket bat, some clothes, a few photos, travelling with him like the shell of a hermit crab. This period forged the iron shield of his emotional defence. He learned that to care too deeply was to invite pain. He learned that people left. He learned that stability was a myth. So he built a wall. He became the joker, the prankster, the boy who laughed loudest to drown out the silence. He developed a protective cynicism, a refusal to indulge in self-pity. When asked later in life about this traumatic period, he would simply shrug and say, "I just had to get on with it." You do. One does. The brevity of the statement hides a canyon of unexpressed grief. One does. It is the mantra of his survival, the code of the Stoic. During this time he fell under the guardianship of his maternal uncles, the Mountbattens, specifically George, the Marquess of Milford Haven, and later the charismatic and ambitious Louis Dickey Mountbatten. These men became the architects of his future, stepping into the void left by Prince Andrew. George was a brilliant, eccentric naval officer who collected pornography and mathematical theorems with equal enthusiasm, providing Philip with a masculine role model who was intelligent, subversive, and decidedly British. Under their guidance, Philip was sent to Cheam School in England, a traditional preparatory school where he learned to blend in, to hide his foreignness, and to excel in sports. He was a natural athlete, aggressive and competitive, finding on the playing field the control he lacked in his personal life. But even at Cheam, the shadow of his fractured family loomed. While other boys received hampers of tuck and letters from home, Philip received silence. His mother, locked in her Swiss clinic, did not write. She was catatonic for long stretches, lost in her own mind. His father, drifting on the Mediterranean, sent the occasional postcard, brief and breezy, devoid of real connection. The boy was a satellite orbiting a planet that had ceased to exist. Historians debate the impact of this homelessness on his later role as consort. Some argue it made him desperate for the stability of the British monarchy, eager to anchor himself to the immovable rock of the crown. Others suggest it made him permanently restless, a man who could never quite sit still, who always needed a project, a mission, a distraction to keep the silence at bay. Both are likely true. In the vacuum of parental love, he filled the space with duty and activity. He learned to be charming to earn his keep, to be useful to ensure he was invited back. He was the perfect guest because he had to be. But deep down, there was a loneliness that no amount of cricket or sailing could cure. He was the prince of nowhere, a boy with a royal pedigree, but no kingdom, a surname that was changing from Schleswig, Holstein, Sonderburg, Glucksburg to a simple anglicised Mountbatten. The transformation was beginning. The Greek prince was fading. The British officer was being etched onto the blank slate of his identity. But before the Navy would claim him, he had one more trial to endure, one more journey into the heart of a darkness that was gathering over Europe. His sisters, now living in Germany, were watching the rise of a new political order, and Philip would soon be sent to join them, walking straight into the mouth of the Nazi wolf that was swallowing the continent. The day the family died was not just a metaphorical death of a family unit. It was the death of his childhood innocence. He was a man-child now, carrying his own luggage, checking his own tickets, walking alone down the platform of history, While the steam of the train obscured the tears he refused to shed, the narrative wheel turns, carrying the young prince away from the damp cricket pitches of Cheam and across the channel into the heart of a gathering darkness. It is 1933. In Berlin, torchlight parades are turning the night into a jagged theatre of fire and shadow. Adolf Hitler has become Chancellor, and the machinery of the Third Reich is beginning to grind into motion. Into this tightening vice walks Philip, now 12 years old, sent to Germany to attend the Schule Schloss Salem. The decision was practical. His sister Theodora had married Berthold, the Margrave of Baden, whose family owned the school. But the timing was catastrophic. The Germany Philip arrived in was a nation hypnotized, a place where the air itself seemed charged with a static electricity of hatred and fervour. Salem, however, was an island of resistance, at least initially. It was run by Kurt Hahn, a visionary Jewish educator who believed in the moral strength of the individual against the tyranny of the mob. But even the castle walls of Salem could not keep out the rising tide. For Philip, the transition was jarring. He was coming from an England that valued understatement and fair play into a society that was increasingly valuing brute strength and blind obedience. There is a story, often retold with a mixture of amusement and chill, about Philip's reaction to the Nazi salute. To a boy raised with the irreverent humour of the British Navy uncles and the cosmopolitan cynicism of Paris, the sight of grown men stretching their arms out and shouting "Heil Hitler" looked utterly ridiculous. It is said he laughed at them. He mocked the salute, comparing it to the gesture a student would make when asking to go to the bathroom. This was dangerous laughter. In a country where failure to salute could mean a beating or worse, the boy's refusal to take the pageantry seriously was not just rebellion, it was a spark of sanity in an asylum. He was protected, to an extent, by his royal connections and his youth, but the atmosphere was suffocating. He saw the brown shirts in the streets, the shattered glass of Jewish shop fronts, the way fear made adults look away from atrocities happening on the sidewalk. He was witnessing the collapse of civilization, a lesson in the fragility of order that would stay with him forever. The darkness deepened when Kurt Hahn was arrested, the man who was shaping Philip's mind, teaching him that plus est en vous, there is more in you than you think, was branded an enemy of the state. Hahn was eventually released and fled to Scotland to found Gordonstoun, and Philip, thankfully, would soon follow him there. But before he could fully escape the gravity well of Germany, tragedy struck with the force of a thunderbolt, shattering the last remnants of his family life. The date was November 16th, 1937. Philip was 16 years old now, a student at Gordonstoun, finding his footing on the rocky Scottish coast. But his heart was still tethered to his sisters in Germany, particularly Cecilia. Of all his siblings, Cecilia was the one who had stepped most fully into the void left by their mother. She was warm, maternal, and heavily pregnant with her fourth child. She and her husband, Grand Duke Georg Donatus of Hesse, were flying to London for a wedding, a joyous family reunion. The plane, a Junkers Ju 52, hit thick fog over Ostend, Belgium. The pilot, blinded by the whiteout, clipped a factory chimney. The aircraft crashed in flames. There were no survivors. The horror of the event is almost unspeakable, yet it must be spoken to understand the silence that sits at the centre of Philip's soul. Rescuers combing through the smoking wreckage found the bodies of Cecilia, her husband, their two young sons, and, in a detail so heartbreaking it feels like a dark myth, the body of a newborn infant. It appeared that Cecilia had gone into labour during the terrifying descent, or perhaps the impact had forced the birth. The life Philip loved most, the sister who was his substitute mother, was gone, extinguished alongside her entire line in a single moment of mechanical failure. Philip was summoned from Scotland to Germany for the funeral. Imagine the scene. a 16-year-old boy, tall and gangly, in a borrowed long dark coat, walking through the cobbled streets of Darmstadt. The sensory overload of this day is a nightmare captured in black and white newsreels. The air was freezing, the sky a flat, oppressive grey. The streets were lined with thousands of people, but they were not just mourners. The crowds were swelled by uniformed Nazis. The funeral of a Grand Duke was a state occasion, and the Third Reich claimed it as their own. As Philip walked behind the coffins, 5 of them, a procession of overwhelming loss, he was surrounded by men in SS uniforms. His surviving sisters, distraught and weeping, were there with their husbands, some of whom wore the Nazi regalia, caught up in the political web of the time. This moment is the crucible of Prince Philip's isolation. He walked alone. He was not a Nazi. He was a boy who loved England, who was being educated by a Jewish refugee in Scotland, who would soon fight against the very men standing around him. Yet, here he was, trapped in a tableau of the enemy, burying his family, while swastika flags fluttered in the wind. Historians often debate what went through his mind during that long walk to the Rosenhoer mausoleum. Was it anger, fear, or was it a profound icy detachment? To survive the surreal horror of grieving his beloved sister while surrounded by the emblems of a regime he despised, he had to retreat deep inside himself. He had to become the iron shield then and there. He could not scream, he could not run. He could only walk, one step after another, his face a mask of stone. The photograph of that day shows him looking older than his years, his jaw set, his eyes fixed on the ground, or perhaps on a point in the distance that only he could see. The loss of Cecilia cut the final guy line that held his emotional tent to the earth. His mother was in an asylum, his father was in Monte Carlo, and now his favourite sister was in a crypt in Darmstadt. The family was effectively dead. After the funeral, the silence descended again. He had to shake the hand of Goering, had to nod to men who would soon be bombing the cities of his adopted home. Then he turned his back on Germany. He took the train back to the coast, back to the ferry, back to the wild, wet winds of Scotland. He left the ghosts behind in the fog of Darmstadt. But a part of him remained there, buried in the rubble of the plane crash. The boy who returned to Gordonstoun was different. He was harder, quieter, more resolute. He had looked into the face of death and the face of evil in the same week. He realised, perhaps for the first time, that he was truly alone in the world. There was no safety net. There were no parents coming to save him. There was only the sea, the wind, and the will to endure. The storm had gathered, it had broken, and it had washed away the last of his childhood. Now he had to build a man out of the wreckage. The train journey from the sorrow of Darmstadt to the coast of Moray, Scotland, was not just a geographic relocation. It was a passage from the stifling, tragic past into a bracing, elemental future. Philip arrived at Gordonstoun not as a prince seeking luxury, but as a survivor seeking solid ground. The school, founded by his mentor Kurt Hahn, was located on a rugged promontory jutting into the North Sea, a place where the wind did not merely blow, it scoured. The landscape was a palette of slate greys, bruised purples, and the deep, angry green of the Firth. There were no manicured lawns here, no ivy-covered cloisters meant to coddle the sons of the aristocracy. Gordonstoun was a fortress of character, built on the philosophy that comfort was the enemy of the soul. For a boy who had seen his family shattered by the chaotic forces of the world, this stark, predictable hardship was not a punishment, it was a relief. Kurt Hahn, the man who welcomed him, was an eccentric visionary, a German Jew who had fled the Nazis and brought his educational ideals to the wild edge of Britain. Hahn was a man of oversized slouch hats and piercing intellect, who believed that the modern world was rotting the youth with spectatoritis, the disease of watching rather than doing. He didn't want to produce scholars, he wanted to produce leaders who could guide a lifeboat through a storm. In Philip, Hahn saw the raw material for his masterpiece. The boy was jagged, arrogant, and deeply wounded, but he possessed a feral resilience that Hahn admired. The relationships that formed between them was complex, part a headmaster-student, part father-son. Hahn understood that Philip did not need pity, which the boy despised. He needed a challenge, which the boy craved. He gave Philip the space to be himself, but demanded that he be the best version of himself. Life at Gordonstoun was a regimen of calculated deprivation designed to build the iron shield that would protect Philip for the rest of his life. The day began not with warm tea, but with a morning run, shirtless in the freezing Scottish mist, followed by a cold shower. The shock of the icy water was meant to wake the spirit as much as the body. For Philip, who had slept in an orange crate and lived out of suitcases, this physical austerity was familiar territory. He thrived on it. While future generations of royals, most notably his own son, Charles, would later describe Gordonstoun as Colditz in kilts, a prison of misery, Philip remembered it as a paradise of purpose. Here, his royal title meant absolutely nothing. The North Sea wind did not care about his lineage. The mud did not bow to a prince. He was judged solely on his ability to endure, to lead, and to contribute. A significant portion of the curriculum was practical labour. This was not the performative gardening of Versailles. This was heavy, back-breaking work. Philip and his classmates were tasked with building the school's infrastructure. He mixed concrete, hauled stones, and laid bricks. There is a profound grounding effect in manual labour. When your hands are bleeding and your muscles ache, the existential dread of being an exiled orphan tends to recede. One of his projects was the construction of a pigsty. It is a delightful historical irony. The great-great-grandson of Queen Victoria, covered in muck, building a home for pigs. But he took pride in it. He was building something permanent in a life that had been defined by transience. He was also a member of the Watchers, a Coast Guard service manned by the students. He learned to man the lookout posts, scanning the horizon for ships in distress, learning the moods of the sea that would soon become his profession. Academically, Philip was bright but impatient, a boy who learned better by doing than by reading. But in leadership, he was a prodigy. By his final year, he was appointed guardian, the school's equivalent of head boy. But being guardian at Gordonstoun was not about wearing a badge and drinking sherry with the masters. It was a role of immense responsibility. The guardian was expected to enforce the school's code of honour, not through snitching, but through moral example. Philip's brand of leadership was already emerging, blunt, practical, and intolerant of nonsense. He was not a gentle leader. He could be sharp-tongued with shirkers, demanding the same high standards he applied to himself. But he was also fiercely protective of the younger boys, perhaps seeing in them the frightened child he had once been. He was the captain of the ship, long before he ever commanded a vessel. Historians often discuss the concept of Hahnian philosophy and its impact on the monarchy. Hahn believed in the Platonic ideal of the ruler, a man who rules not for power, but out of a sense of obligation to the community. He drilled into Philip the motto, plus est en vous, there is more in you. It was a call to constantly exceed one's own limitations. Philip internalized this completely. It became the engine of his life. When he was tired, when he was bored, when he was grieving, there is more in you. Dig deeper. Find the reserve tank. This training explains why, decades later, Prince Philip would continue to stand in the rain at parades in his 90s, refusing a chair, refusing an umbrella, to sit would be to fail the lesson of Gordonstoun. To seek comfort would be to betray Han. But amidst the grit, there were moments of sublime beauty that softened the edges of his exile. The sailing trips aboard the school's cutter, the Prince Louis, were his escape. Out on the water, navigating the treacherous currents of the Scottish Islands, Philip felt a sense of total freedom. The sea was the one place where the chaos of Europe could not reach him. He learned to read the wind, to respect the tides, to trust his crew. The sensory memory of these days, the crack of the canvas sail, the smell of tar and salt, the sting of the spray, would remain his happy place for the rest of his life. It was on these decks that he decided his future. He would not be a useless royal appendage. He would be a naval officer. He would follow in the footsteps of his grandfather, Prince Louis of Battenberg, and his uncle, Lord Mountbatten. The Navy offered a hierarchy, a uniform, a home, and a brotherhood, everything he had lost. As 1939 approached, the shadow of war fell across the Moray Firth. The drills at Gordonstoun took on a new urgency. The boys weren't just playing at coastguards anymore. They were watching for German U-boats. Philip, now 18, was a striking figure, tall, blonde, with the Viking looks that people often remarked upon. He had grown into his body and his grief. The awkward refugee boy was gone, replaced by a confident young man with a cynical wit and a burning ambition. He had finished his time at the School of Rocks. He had built his sea wall, both literally and metaphorically. The vulnerable parts of his heart were now encased behind a layer of Gordonstoun granite. He was ready to leave the nest of the cliffs and fly into the fire. He packed his trunk for the final time at the school. He said his goodbyes to Han, the man who had saved him from the spiritual ruin of the Nazis. There is no record of a tearful farewell. That was not their way. A firm handshake, a nod, a look of mutual understanding. "Go and serve," Han might have said. "Do not let me down." Philip walked away from the grey stone buildings down the long drive, heading south. He was bound for Dartmouth, for the Royal Naval College, for the uniform of the King. He was walking toward a war that would pit him against his brothers-in-law, against his childhood home, against the ghosts of his past. But he was ready. The Iron Shield was forged. The lonely life was now a disciplined life, an unknown to him. In the mists of the future, a young girl with the same blue eyes as the sea was waiting to change his course forever. The narrative lens shifts now to the red brick majesty of the Britannia Royal Naval College in Dartmouth, a sprawling edifice overlooking the River Dart, where the future officers of the Empire were moulded into gentlemen of war. The date is July 20th, 1939. The world stands on a knife edge. In Berlin, the plans for the invasion of Poland are being finalised, but here, in the lush green hills of Devon, the summer sun is shining with a deceptive golden brilliance. The air smells of freshly cut grass, brass polish, and the briny river dampness that seeps into the woolen uniforms of the cadets. Philip is 18 years old, a special entry cadet, a young man reaching the peak of his physical prowess. He is blonde, tall, piercingly blue-eyed, and carries himself with the easy, almost arrogant athletic grace of someone who knows he is being watched. He is no longer the frightened boy in the orange crate, or the grieving brother in the long coat. He is Philip of Greece, a promising, if occasionally insolent officer in training who has found his tribe among the rough and tumble brotherhood of the Navy. But this weekend is not about navigation drills or knot tying. It is about a visit that will pivot the axis of the 20th century. The King, George VI, is coming to inspect the college, bringing with him his wife, Queen Elizabeth, and their two daughters, Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret. Fate, it seems, has a sense of humour, or perhaps a penchant for biological warfare. Just before the royal party arrives, a severe outbreak of mumps and chickenpox sweeps through the college. The younger cadets, the ones who would normally be tasked with entertaining the young princesses, are quarantined, their faces swollen, confined to the sick bay. The college is suddenly short on suitable escorts. Enter Lord Louis Mountbatten, Philip's ambitious Uncle Dicky. Historians still argue whether Mountbatten engineered the entire weekend as a matchmaking trap, or if he simply seized a lucky opportunity, but the result was the same. He suggested that his nephew, Prince Philip, who was conveniently healthy and undeniably handsome, should be the one to look after the two girls while their parents toured the facilities. It was a suggestion that seemed casual, but in the chess game of royal dynasties, it was a masterstroke. The board was cleared, the pieces were set. The meeting takes place at the captain's house, a more domestic setting away from the rigid formality of the parade ground. Princess Elizabeth is 13 years old. She is a shy, serious girl, dressed in a matching coat and hat, still very much a child in the eyes of the world, sheltered within the glass wall of the monarchy. She steps out of the royal car, clutching her handbag, perhaps expecting a boring afternoon of polite conversation with elderly admirals. Instead, she sees him. Philip enters the room, likely not walking, but striding, bursting with the restless energy of an 18-year-old who would rather be playing sports than babysitting cousins. He is described by Elizabeth's governess, Marion Crawford, as looking like a Viking god, fair-haired, tanned from the sea, with a sharp, angular face that caught the light. For Philip, this is a duty. These are his little cousins, Lilibet and Margot. He is polite, he is funny, but his mind is likely on the tennis court outside. For Elizabeth, however, the world stops spinning. The room fades. The sound of the adults talking becomes a distant hum. In that moment, over a plate of ginger biscuits and lemonade, the future Queen of England falls irrevocably, hopelessly in love. It is a thunderbolt event, the kind of singular, focused devotion that will define her entire existence. She never looks at another man again. The afternoon moves to the tennis courts, and here the scene takes on a cinematic quality, bathed in the lazy amber light of a pre-war summer. Philip, bored with sitting still, decides to show off. It is the classic peacock display of the adolescent male. He jumps over the tennis nets, not stepping over them, but leaping high into the air, clearing the barrier with effortless athleticism. He serves balls with ferocious power. He runs, he laughs, he teases. He is playing to the gallery, and his audience of one is captivated. Princess Elizabeth watches him with wide eyes, turning to her governess to whisper how high he can jump. It is a touching, innocent observation, laden with the hero worship of a 13-year-old girl. Philip, for his part, treats her with a casual familiarity. He does not bow and scrape. He treats her like a human being, like a cousin. He offers her ginger biscuits, making jokes that cause her to giggle, cracking the shell of her royal reserve. He is likely unaware of the seismic shift occurring in her heart. To him, she is a sweet kid. To her, he is the sun. But the weekend must end. The royal family boards the royal yacht, the Victoria and Albert, to sail away. And here we get the most famous, almost mythological image of their courtship, a scene that seems written by a Hollywood screenwriter but is verified by naval records. As the yacht weighs anchor and begins to steam out of the estuary, the cadets of Dartmouth take to the water in small boats, rowing alongside to cheer the king. One by one, as the yacht picks up speed and reaches the open sea, the skiffs fall back. The cadets are ordered to turn around. They obey, all except one. A single small boat continues to row furiously after the departing vessel, bobbing in the dangerous wake of the massive yacht. It is Philip. He is rowing with a manic determination, chasing the ship far out into the channel, ignoring the shouting through the megaphones. On the bridge of the yacht, King George VI is watching this reckless display through his binoculars. He is not charmed, he is terrified and annoyed. "The young fool," he reportedly exclaims. "He'll be drowned." The king sees a reckless boy endangering himself and acting without discipline. But on the deck below, Princess Elizabeth is watching through her own binoculars, her heart in her throat, watching the small figure of the blonde prince fighting the waves just to stay in her sight for a few seconds longer. Eventually, even Philip has to turn back. The gap widens. The yacht becomes a speck on the horizon, carrying the girl who will one day hold his life in her hands. He rows back to the college, exhausted, sweaty, likely laughing at the adrenaline of the stunt. He does not know that he has just rowed his way into history. He does not know that the serious little girl with the binoculars has already mentally claimed him. The sun sets on Dartmouth, ending the last golden summer of peace. Within weeks, Hitler will invade Poland. The world will explode into flames. Philip will graduate, pack his sea chest, and go to war. The tennis courts will be empty, the ginger biscuits eaten. But a thread has been spun across the water, a thin, invisible filament connecting the heart of the future queen to the heart of the exiled prince. As Philip walks back to his dormitory, perhaps whistling a tune, the heavy iron gates of destiny clang shut behind him. He is no longer just a naval cadet. He is the chosen consort, the target of a love so powerful it will wait through 6 years of war, through separation, through politics, through everything. The Viking has been spotted by the Valkyrie, and she will not let him go. The night air at Dartmouth turns cold, carrying the scent of rain and gunpowder from the continent, whispering that the game is over and the real struggle is about to begin. The golden light of the Dartmouth tennis courts has been extinguished, replaced by the suffocating, velvety blackness of the Mediterranean Sea at midnight. It is March 28th, 1941. The world is at war, and the 19-year-old Prince Philip is no longer jumping nets. He is standing on the bridge of the battleship HMS Valiant, vibrating with the stored kinetic energy of a coiled spring. He is now Midshipman Prince Philip, a cog in the massive grinding machine of the Royal Navy, serving in one of the most decisive naval engagements of World War II, the Battle of Cape Matapan. The atmosphere is thick with a terrifying anticipation. The sea is calm, a flat sheet of obsidian stretching out in all directions, hiding the deadly shapes of the Italian fleet, the Regia Marina, somewhere in the darkness. The British fleet, led by the formidable Admiral Andrew Cunningham, is hunting. They are running without lights. Darkened ship, a ghost fleet slicing through the water, guided by the invisible primitive eyes of early radar. For Philip, this is the crucible. He is not a prince here. He is the officer in charge of the searchlight control midships. His job is terrifyingly simple and suicidal. When the order comes, he must flip the switch that sends a blinding beam of light into the dark to illuminate the enemy target. In doing so, he will not only reveal the Italians to the British guns, but he will also paint a giant bullseye on his own ship, announcing their position to every enemy gunner for miles. The tension on the bridge is physical, a tightening of the chest that makes it hard to breathe. The smell of the night is salt, damp steel, and the faint, acrid scent of funnel smoke drifting back over the superstructure. The men speak in whispers, if they speak at all. The only sound is the hiss of the bow cutting the water and the low, rhythmic throb of the engines deep below decks. Suddenly, the radar operators report contacts, shadows on a screen. The enemy is close, dangerously close. The Italian cruisers, Zara and Fiuma, heavy with armour and guns, are sailing blindly into the trap, unaware that the British battleships Warspite, Barham and Philip's own Valiant are stalking them like wolves in a fold. The distance closes. 4,000 yards, 3,000 yards. Point-blank range for 15-inch naval guns. The order comes down the line, shattering the silence. Open fire! In the control position, Philip's hand moves. With a mechanical clunk, the shutters of the giant carbon arc searchlight snap open. A beam of pure, brilliant white light, solid as a marble column, stabs through the darkness. It hits the Italian cruiser Fiume squarely, lighting it up with the ghostly theatrical clarity of a stage production. For a split second, the scene is frozen. In surreal detail, Philip can see the Italian sailors running on the decks, the turrets turning, the terrified realization on their faces as they are caught in the glare. Then, the world explodes. The Valiant's main guns, directed by Philip's light, roar in a unison that feels like the cracking of the Earth's crust. The concussion is so massive, it physically punches the air from the lungs of the men on deck. Shells the size of cars hurtle across the short stretch of water and slam into the illuminated cruiser. The devastation is instantaneous and horrific. The Italian ships, caught completely by surprise, with their guns still trained, fore and aft disintegrate under the barrage. Philip watches from his post, mesmerized and appalled, as the Fiume erupts into a volcano of orange fire and twisted steel. He would later describe the scene with a chilling seaman's frankness. The cruiser burst into a sheet of flame. She simply blew up. He keeps the light steady, his hands firm on the controls, sweeping the beam to find the next target, ignoring the return fire that begins to splash into the water around them. In the chaos, another enemy ship is spotted. Philip swings his beam again, catching the Zara. The guns roar once more. The night is no longer dark. It is a strobe-lit nightmare of flashes, burning oil, and the screams of dying ships. Historians often pause here to note the brutal efficiency of Matapan. It was not a duel. It was an execution. The British had radar. The Italians did not. It was, as Philip later candidly remarked in a letter, as near murder as anything could be in wartime. The Italian fleet lost 3 heavy cruisers and 2 destroyers in a matter of minutes, a blow from which their surface navy never truly recovered. But amidst the carnage, there is a moment of personal validation for the young midshipman. In the heat of the action, a different enemy ship turns away, attempting to flee into the gloom. Philip, acting on instinct and training, spots it, and he doesn't wait for a committee meeting. He swings his searchlight, catching the fleeing vessel and holding it in the beam long enough for the 6-inch guns to find their mark. It is a small act of individual initiative in a massive fleet action, but it does not go unnoticed. His captain observes the cool-headedness of the Greek prince who treats a night battle with the same focused intensity as a cricket match. When the smoke clears and the dawn rises over a sea littered with oil slicks and debris, the adrenaline begins to fade, replaced by the heavy, exhausting reality of what they have done. The Valiant is unharmed. The Italian sailors are in the water. Thousands of them. The British ships pause to rescue as many as they can, until German bombers appear overhead, forcing them to leave the survivors to their fate. A cruel, necessary decision of war that adds another layer of callous to Philip's soul. He is mentioned in dispatches for his bravery. The citation is brief, formal, naval language, but it means everything. He has proven himself. He is not just a royal ornament or a refugee. He is a warrior. He has looked into the face of battle and did not blink. But there is a cost. The boy who loved the romance of the sea has seen its cruelty. He has seen men burn. He has seen the absolute finality of death on the water. The iron shield thickens. He learns that life is fragile and that duty often requires acts of terrible violence. As the Valiant steams back to Alexandria, Philip stands on the deck, washing the soot of cordite from his face. He is exhausted, his ears ringing from the guns, but he is alive. He writes to his family, perhaps even to the young princess in London, though his letters to her would likely spare the gruesome details, focusing instead on the technical triumph. "We got them," he might have written. "The searchlights worked perfectly." Scholars debating Philip's naval career often speculate on what if. What if he had never married Elizabeth? Matapan suggests he would have risen to the very top of the navy on his own merits. He had the sea eye, the instinctive grasp of tactics and command. He was a natural sailor, finding in the rigid hierarchy of the ship a comfort he never found in the chaotic palaces of his youth. The Battle of Cape Matapan was the high-water mark of his naval freedom. He was just a man doing a job, obscured by the darkness, defined by his actions, not his title. He was Philip of the Searchlights, a figure of action and light, but the war was far from over. The theatre would shift. The Mediterranean would give way to the vast, lonely expanse of the Pacific. The enemy would change from the Italians to the Japanese. And the letters from London would keep coming, tying him to a future that would demand a different kind of courage, the courage to stand still, to walk behind, to be the searchlight that illuminates someone else forever. As the Valiant docks, the young officer steps ashore, a veteran at 19, walking with a slightly heavier step, carrying the secret weight of the night the sea burned. The camera of history glides across the curvature of the earth, leaving behind the dark waters of the Mediterranean and the smoke of Matapan, traversing thousands of miles of ocean to arrive at the other side of the world. It is September 2nd, 1945. We are drifting through the humid grey mist of Tokyo Bay, where the sky hangs low and heavy, as if bowed down by the weight of what is about to happen. The water is not empty. It is a city of steel. Allied warships stretch as far as the eye can see. Destroyers, cruisers, battleships, carriers, a vast floating armada that has finally strangled the Empire of Japan into submission. Among this forest of masts and gun turrets sits a small, scrappy destroyer, HMS Whelp. On its deck stands a man who looks almost like a stranger to the boy we left in the Mediterranean. Philip is 24 years old now. He is the ship's first lieutenant, the number one, second in command. He is lean, hardened by years of tropical heat and relentless duty, and his face is hidden behind a thick, bushy naval beard that gives him the look of an Elizabethan privateer or a shipwrecked explorer. The smooth-cheeked youth of Dartmouth is gone. The war has carved its lines into him. On this morning, the air is strangely quiet. The guns are cold. The planes overhead are not dropping bombs. They are flying in formation, a thunderous display of victory. A few cables, lengths away, aboard the massive battleship USS Missouri, the Japanese delegation is signing the instrument of surrender. General MacArthur is speaking of peace. But on the Whelp, Philip is watching history from the gallery. He is close enough to feel the gravity of the moment, yet far enough away to remain a face in the crowd. It is a fitting position for a man who will spend his life adjacent to power, witnessing the main event while standing just outside the spotlight. As the ink dries on the surrender documents, officially ending the most catastrophic conflict in human history, Philip's thoughts are likely not on global geopolitics, but on the simple, visceral relief of survival. The war that consumed his youth, that killed his friends, and shattered his family's Europe, is finally over. The silence that follows the ceasefire is deafening. It is the sound of a world taking a breath for the first time in 6 years. But the end of the fighting brings a new grim reality into focus. HMS Whelp is not just there for the parade, it has a job to do. The destroyer is dispatched to assist in the repatriation of Allied prisoners of war from Japanese camps. This is the sensory detail that often gets left out of the glorious newsreels, the smell of the camps. Philip goes ashore, and what he sees sears itself into his memory. Men who are little more than skeletons, hollowed out by starvation and cruelty, stumble into the light. These are not the crisp soldiers of the parade ground, they are ghosts. Philip, the tough, unsentimental officer, helps to marshal them, to get them aboard, to feed them. There is a story of him watching these men eat bread and butter with trembling hands, their eyes wide with disbelief at the simple luxury of food. He does not recoil. He does not weep openly. That is not his way. He works. He organises. He jokes with them in that dry, naval way, using humour as a bridge to pull them back to humanity. Welcome back to the land of the living, he might say, masking his shock with efficiency. This experience reinforces the lesson of his childhood. Civilization is a thin veneer, easily stripped away. The only thing that matters is survival and duty. Yet, amidst the wreckage of empires and the tragedy of the POWs, there is a secret current of hope running through Philip's life, carried on paper wings. Throughout the grinding years of the Pacific campaign, the boredom, the heat, the typhoons, there has been one constant: the letters. The correspondence between the exiled Greek prince and the heiress to the British throne has never ceased. It has travelled through diplomatic bags, via military mail, across oceans and continents. To the crew of the Whelp, Philip is a demanding, capable officer who likes his gin and hates incompetence. They do not know that in his cabin, under the dim light of a swinging bulb, he sits with a fountain pen, writing to Lilibet. Historians and biographers have long debated the tone of these letters. Were they the passionate outpourings of a lover or the friendly reports of a cousin? The truth, as usual, likely lies in the quiet space between. They were a lifeline. For Elizabeth, trapped in the suffocating gold bowl of palace life, Philip's letters were windows into a wider, wilder world. He wrote of the sea, of the absurdity of military bureaucracy, of the strange beauty of the Pacific Islands. He was her eyes and ears in the real world. For Philip, Elizabeth's letters were an anchor. She wrote of her work in the ATS, Auxiliary Territorial Service, as a mechanic, driving trucks and getting grease under her fingernails, a detail that surely delighted him. She represented the one thing he had never really had: a home that wasn't moving, a family that stayed put. She was the white cliffs of Dover in human form, steady, unchangeable, waiting. There is a profound romantic tension in this distance. While he is surrounded by the sweat and grit of a destroyer, growing a beard that hides his face, she is in London, growing from a girl into a woman, her photograph pinned to his cabin wall. Perhaps discreetly, or perhaps openly, a challenge to anyone who might ask. He knows that when he returns, he cannot go back to being just Philip the sailor. The beard will have to come off. The uniform will eventually have to be traded for morning suits and uniforms of a different kind. The freedom of the Whelp, where he is judged only by his competence, is ending. He is sailing back toward a destiny that is far more complicated than war. In war, the enemy is clear and the objective is simple. In the peace that follows, he will have to fight for his identity against a court that views him with suspicion. He is penniless, foreign-born, and rough around the edges, a Greek of no fixed abode. As the Whelp turns its bow toward England, navigating the long journey home, the atmosphere shifts from the sharp adrenaline of combat to the slow, rhythmic melancholy of the open ocean. The sun sets over the Pacific, casting long purple shadows across the waves. Philip stands on the bridge, the salt spray in his beard, watching the stars wheel overhead. He is returning to a country that is grey, battered, and bankrupt, to a royal house that is wary of him. He is returning to a woman who loves him, but who is surrounded by dragons, courtiers, politicians, and parents who are not quite sure he is good enough. The iron shield is in place, but beneath it, the heart is beating fast. The war of guns is over. The war for his life, for his name, and for his place in the world is about to begin. The ship cuts through the water, carrying the lonely prince back to the island that will become his cage and his kingdom. The salt spray of the Pacific has dried, and the humid mists of Tokyo Bay have been replaced by the biting, peat-scented winds of the Scottish Highlands. It is the autumn of 1946. The war is over, but the world is not yet bright. Britain is a landscape of grey skies, grey ration books, grey bomb sites in London, where willow herb grows through the rubble. And here, amidst the purple heather and granite of Balmoral Castle, a different kind of campaign is being waged. It is a silent social war, fought with raised eyebrows, whispered asides in drafty corridors, and the crushing weight of royal protocol. Prince Philip has come to stay, but he has not exactly arrived. To the high-walled establishment of the British court, he is a problem to be solved, an intruder to be repelled. He is the outsider at the feast, the Greek who is not really Greek, the German who fought for Britain, the prince who has no kingdom and, quite frankly, no money. Picture him arriving at the castle. He drives himself up the long, winding road in a battered black MG sports car, a vehicle that roars a little too loudly for the quiet deference of the estate. He steps out, not with a retinue of servants and a mountain of Louis Vuitton trunks, but with a small beaten naval valise. The valet who unpacks him is likely scandalized to discover the paucity of his wardrobe. Legend and historical fact tells us that Philip possessed only one civilian suit at this time. He washed his own socks, he darned his own sweaters. To the wealthy, landed aristocrats who populate the king's inner circle, this is not charming, it is suspicious. Poverty, in their world, is a moral failing, or at least a social embarrassment. They call him the Hun behind his back, a cruel reference to his German sisters and brothers-in-law, ignoring the fact that he risked his life fighting the very regime they mock him for. The atmosphere inside Balmoral is a Kafkaesque test for any suitor, but for Philip, it is a minefield. The mustachioed men, the old guard courtiers like Sir Alan Lascelles, watch him like hawks. They find him rough. They find him unpolished. He laughs too loudly at dinner. He doesn't show the proper reverence for the arcane rituals of the court. He is a naval officer who is used to giving orders and getting things done, not a sycophant who knows how to bow and scrape. There is a palpable tension in the drawing rooms. When Philip enters, the temperature seems to drop a few degrees among the older generation, while it rises perceptibly for the young Princess Elizabeth. And here lies the heart of the drama, the immovable object of the establishment meeting the irresistible force of Elizabeth's love. The King, George VI, is a gentle, anxious man who adores his daughter and is terrified of losing her. He likes Philip. He admires his war record and his shooting ability, but he is deeply worried. Is this rough-edged sailor really the right match for the future queen? Is he too volatile, too modern? And then there is the Queen Mother, smiling her soft marshmallow smile, but reportedly favouring a more traditional match, perhaps a nice English duke with a large estate and a quiet voice. Philip has none of these things. He has only himself, his wit, and his intense, undeniable vitality. Historians still argue about the extent of the anti-Philip conspiracy during this summer. Some suggest there were active plots to derail the match, to introduce other suitors, to send Philip away on long naval postings. Others suggest it was merely a collective holding of breath, a hope that Elizabeth would get over it, but they underestimated the princess. In the soft flickering light of the Balmoral fireplaces, while the wind howled outside, Elizabeth was made of steel. She saw past the worn suit and the loud laugh. She saw the strength, the honesty, the lack of pretense. She saw the iron shield that would protect her when her father was gone. She didn't care that he was poor. She had enough money for both of them. She didn't care that he was homeless. She was giving him a country. The climax of this secret summer happens not in a grand ballroom, but on a windswept hill. It is a scene of intimate cinematic beauty. Philip proposes. He does not have a ring yet. He will have to dismantle a tiara belonging to his mother, Princess Alice, to make one, but he offers his life. He is asking her to take a risk, and she is asking him to make a sacrifice. By marrying her, he is agreeing to walk 2 steps behind, to give up his name, his independence, his career. It is a Faustian bargain of love. The king, realizing he cannot stop the tide, grants his permission, but with a strict condition. Silence. The engagement must remain a secret until Elizabeth turns 21 the following year. They must wait. They must pretend. So, the outsider leaves Balmoral as a secret fiancé. He drives his MG back down the glen, driving perhaps a little too fast, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. He has won the girl, but he has not yet won the war. The whispers follow him back to London. The courtiers are still sharpening their knives. The public still knows nothing. He returns to his damp room at the Mountbatten residence, or his petty officer's cabin at the Corsham naval base, a prince in waiting, living in a suspended reality. He is the future consort, yet he still has to count his pennies to buy a drink at the officer's mess. The autumn leaves fall, covering the tracks of the MG, but the pass is set. The Greek boy has breached the fortress. The lonely life is about to become a very public life, and the silence of the highlands will soon be replaced by the roar of crowds who will never truly understand the man waving from the balcony. The year is 1947, and the winter that descends upon the British Isles is not merely a season, it is a siege. The country is frozen solid, trapped in the coldest months in living memory, a landscape of burst pipes, snowdrifts burying trains, and a shivering population huddling over coal fires that are slowly dying out. This is the backdrop against which Philip must perform his greatest act of transformation. Before he can stand at the altar, he must first cease to exist. The protocols of the British establishment are rigid and unforgiving, and they demand a sacrifice of identity that goes far beyond the usual pre-nuptial jitters. To marry the future queen, Philip cannot be a foreign prince. He cannot be Greek. He cannot be Danish. He cannot be Orthodox. He must strip himself down to the studs and be rebuilt as an Englishman. In February 1947, he formally renounces his royal titles. The Prince of Greece and Denmark vanishes with the stroke of a pen. He surrenders his place in the line of succession to 2 foreign thrones. He converts from the Greek Orthodox faith of his baptism to Anglicanism, a spiritual realignment that severs one of the last tethers to his mother's world. Most significantly, he adopts a surname. He has never really needed one before. Royalty is usually above such bureaucratic necessities. But now he reaches for the anglicised version of his mother's family name, Mountbatten. For a few strange, liminal months, he is simply Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, RN. He is a commoner. He is a man who has traded a history of kings for a passport that says British subject. Historians often debate how much this stripping of self stung him. Philip, ever the pragmatist, brushed it off publicly, joking that he had been refueled like a ship in dry dock. But privately, the psychological toll of erasing one's past to secure a future must have been a heavy weight to carry. He was cutting the roots of his own heritage to graft himself onto the Windsor tree. As the wedding date of November 20th approaches, the atmosphere in London is a cocktail of grim austerity and frantic excitement. The royal wedding is being pitched as a flash of colour on a grey road, a morale booster for a nation exhausted by war and rationing. Yet the reality is far less glamorous than the newsreels suggest. Princess Elizabeth, the heiress to the empire, has to save up clothing ration coupons to pay for the material for her wedding dress. It is a detail that seems almost Dickensian, a princess counting paper coupons, but it anchors the monarchy in the shared suffering of the people. Philip, too, is operating on a shoestring. He does not have a retinue. He has his naval pay. He stays at the Kensington Palace apartment of his grandmother, putting on his uniform in a room that likely smells of damp plaster and old velvet. But the cruelest cut of all is the guest list. Due to the lingering wounds of the war, which ended only 2 years prior, Philip's sisters are not invited. Margarita, Theodora, Cecilia, had she lived, and Sophie are excluded because of their German husbands. The political optics of having former German officers, even princes, sitting in Westminster Abbey are deemed too toxic. So, on the most important day of his life, Philip's immediate family is entirely absent. His father is dead. His mother, Princess Alice, is there, but she is a fragile, eccentric figure in a nun-like grey habit, sitting quietly, a survivor of her own wars. Philip stands alone, surrounded by the bride's massive, overpowering family. It is a stark visual representation of his new reality. He is being absorbed. He is the groom, yes, but he is also the acquisition. The night before the wedding, the tension reaches a fever pitch. There is a legendary stag party at the Dorchester Hotel, attended by his naval friends and Uncle Dickie Mountbatten. The press is kept at bay, but the stories trickle out of flashbulbs popping, of nervous laughter, of a young man realizing that the door to his old life is closing. He is reported to have looked at himself in the mirror and asked, "Am I being very brave or very foolish?" It is the question of a man who knows he is not just marrying a woman, he is marrying an institution. He is marrying the state. He smokes his cigarettes, drinks his gin, and laughs with the men who knew him as Phil the Greek, knowing that tomorrow that nickname will be whispered, never spoken aloud. On the morning of the wedding, the chaos is almost comedic. A footman loses the bouquet. The king cannot find the pearl necklace. The antique fringe tiara snaps in half as it is being placed on Elizabeth's head, requiring a frantic police escort to rush it to the Garrard workshop for an emergency weld. Amidst this whirlwind of panic stands Philip, chain smoking to calm his nerves, looking pale. He has just been invested by the king with new titles: Duke of Edinburgh, Earl of Merioneth, Baron Greenwich, restoring his royal status just hours before the service. He is a Royal Highness again, but this time it is a British designation. He puts on his naval uniform, the gold braid gleaming, and steps into the car. The drive to Westminster Abbey is a blur of cheering crowds, thousands of people lining the streets, waving Union Jacks, desperate for a fairy tale. Inside the Abbey, the air is cold and smells of incense and damp stone. The high nobility of Britain is assembled, a sea of furs and uniforms. Winston Churchill is there. Kings and queens of Europe are there. As Philip walks down the aisle, he is the picture of the dashing naval hero, tall, severe, unsmiling. He waits at the altar, his back to the congregation, watching his best man, the Marquis of Milford Haven, fidget, and then she arrives. Elizabeth, radiant in Norman Hartnell's ivory, silk and crystals, walking toward him with a look of utter certainty. For her, this is the culmination of a dream that began on a tennis court in 1939. For him, it is the beginning of a lifetime of service. As they exchange vows, Philip promises to love and cherish, but the unsaid vow is the one that echoes loudest in history, the vow to support. He is stepping into the shadow. When they walk back down the aisle as man and wife, the roar of the crowd outside is deafening. They emerge onto the balcony of Buckingham Palace, and the wave of sound hits them like a physical force. Philip waves, his smile tight but present. He is the Duke now. The lieutenant is gone. The Prince of Greece is a memory. He has successfully navigated the minefield of his engagement and secured the dynasty. But as the winter sun sets over London, casting long shadows across them all, one wonders if he felt the chill of the iron shield locking into place around his heart. He has gained a world, but he has lost his freedom. The lonely life has not ended. It has simply moved into a much larger, much more crowded room. He turns back into the palace, the heavy glass doors closing behind him, shutting out the cheers, shutting him in with the woman who is now his wife, his queen in waiting, and his destiny. The narrative lens now widens and warms, shedding the grey, pinched wool of post-war London for the blinding white limestone and azure waters of the Mediterranean. It is 1949 and we find ourselves on the sun-drenched island of Malta. This period, brief and brilliant, stands in the chronicle of Prince Philip's life as the Golden Summer, a fleeting 2-year interlude where the heavy curtain of royal duty was pulled back, allowing the sunlight of a relatively normal existence to flood in. For Philip and Elizabeth, Malta was not just a naval posting, it was an escape. They lived at Villa Guardamangia, a sprawling, slightly crumbling limestone residence on the outskirts of Valletta. It was not a palace. It had no throne room, no red carpets, and the plumbing sang with the same temperamental pipes as the rest of the island. But it had something far more precious than gold leaf. It had privacy. Here, the couple could play house. The iron shield could be lowered, if only halfway. The air smelled of oleander, dust, and the briny tang of the Grand Harbour, a sensory world away from the smog and protocol of Buckingham Palace. For Philip, this was the apex of his professional life. He was not yet the Queen's husband. He was a serving naval officer, climbing the ladder on his own merits. In 1950, at the age of 29, he was given his first command, the frigate HMS Magpie. To understand the tragedy of his later sacrifice, one must understand the joy of this command. The Magpie was his kingdom. He was the old man, the captain, the unquestioned authority on the bridge. He ran the ship with a mixture of royal expectation and naval grit. Historians and former crew members describe him as a rigorous, sometimes terrifying disciplinarian. He demanded perfection. If a paint job was sloppy, he ordered it redone. If a drill was slow, they ran it again until their lungs burned. He wanted the Magpie to be the cock of the fleet, the smartest, fastest, most efficient ship in the Mediterranean squadron, and he succeeded. He drove the ship like he drove his cars, hard, fast, and with a competitive edge that bordered on aggression. There is a wonderful cinematic image of Philip bringing the Magpie into harbour. Most captains would approach the dock cautiously, nudging the vessel in with gentle engine bursts. Philip, however, would come in at speed, reversing the engines at the last possible second to bring the ship to a shuddering, perfect halt, the wake washing over the jetty. It was a display of supreme confidence, a peacock fanning his feathers in steel and steam. He was in his element. He was surrounded by men who respected him, not for his title, but for his seamanship. In the wardroom, he could drink gin, tell dirty jokes, and argue about tactics without anyone bowing or curtsying. He was Phil to his closest peers, a man defined by his competence, not his wife's lineage. And what of the wife? In Malta, Princess Elizabeth became, for the first and only time in her life, a naval wife. She was Mrs. Mountbatten, as much as her rank allowed. She drove her own car through the narrow winding streets of Valletta, navigating the chaotic traffic with a freedom she would never know again. She went to the hairdresser, she went shopping with cash in her purse, she attended tea parties with other officers' wives. There is a touching normalcy to the anecdotes from this time of the couple going to the local cinema, holding hands in the dark, eating dinner on the terrace of the villa while listening to the cicadas. They were young, they were in love, and they were, crucially, away from the suffocating gaze of the court. They had 2 children by now, Charles and Anne, who were often left back in England with grandparents, a decision that modern observers criticise, but which was standard for their class and time. This separation allowed Philip and Elizabeth to be a couple, to forge the bond that would have to sustain them through decades of isolation. Philip's love for speed and danger found a playground on the dry, dusty roads of the island. He had his MG sports car shipped out, and he drove it with the same reckless abandon he had shown in the Magpie. He would tear around the cliff-top roads, the wind whipping his hair, the engine roaring, with a terrified but exhilarated Elizabeth in the passenger seat. It was a release of pressure, a physical manifestation of his desire to control his own direction. In these moments, he was not the consort. He was a young man with a fast car and a pretty girl, living in the eternal present. The lonely life seemed to be on pause. He had friends, he had a purpose, he had a home that he rented with his own naval pay. But even in the bright sunshine of Malta, the shadows were lengthening. The golden summer was built on a fragility that both of them tried to ignore. Back in London, King George VI was dying. His health, shattered by the stress of the war and a lifetime of heavy smoking, was failing rapidly. The telegrams arriving at the Villa Guardamangia were becoming more frequent and more ominous. Philip knew, with a cold, sinking certainty, that his naval career was living on borrowed time. He had hoped for 20 years in the Navy to rise to the rank of Admiral, perhaps even First Sea Lord like his uncle Louis Mountbatten. He had the talent for it. He had the drive. But the crown does not wait for career plans. Historians often debate what if regarding the Malta years. If the king had lived another 10 or 15 years, Philip would have become a seasoned senior naval commander. He would have had a defined identity separate from the monarchy. He would have been a man of substance in his own right before becoming a consort. Instead, the clock was ticking faster than he dared to admit. The Magpie was not just a ship, it was the last vessel of his freedom. Every time he stood on the bridge, looking out at the glittering Mediterranean horizon, he must have known he was looking at a view that would soon be taken away. In late 1951, the inevitable call came. The king's condition had deteriorated. Major surgery was required. The couple was summoned back to London. The trunks were packed. The white dust sheets were thrown over the furniture in the Villa Guardamangia. Philip had to hand over command of the Magpie. There is no record of his final walkthrough of the ship, but one can imagine the iron shield clamping down hard over his emotions. To leave a command is painful for any officer. To leave it knowing you will never command again is a kind of death. He walked down the gangplank, leaving behind the only job he would ever truly love. They flew back to a grey, anxious Britain. The sun of Malta faded into a memory, a dream of turquoise and gold that they would speak of wistfully for the rest of their lives. Philip was trading the wheel of a frigate for a walking stick and a position 2 steps behind. The sunlit villa was closed. The door was locked. The prelude was over. The stage was being set for the main act, and the costume Philip would have to wear was one of heavy velvet and silence. He was returning to the cage, and this time there was no key. The narrative now transports us from the limestone cliffs of Malta to the vast red earth expanse of the Aberdare Range in Kenya. It is February 5th, 1952. The air here vibrates with a different frequency, hot, ancient, and alive, with the chattering of colobus monkeys and the distant, low-frequency rumble of elephants moving through the undergrowth. Princess Elizabeth and Prince Philip are in the midst of a royal tour, standing in for the ailing king, who is too weak to travel. They have escaped the protocol of Nairobi for a night of adventure at Treetops, a game viewing lodge literally built into the branches of a giant Magumo fig tree. It is a whimsical, precarious structure, little more than a wooden platform suspended above a waterhole, smelling of cedar wood and the wild scent of the forest. For Philip, this is a moment of boyish delight. He is armed not with a gun, but with a camera, leaning over the railing, pointing out waterbucks and rhinos to his wife. There is a grainy, home movie quality to these last hours. The young couple in khaki safari gear, laughing at the baboons that scramble onto the deck, sharing a flask of coffee as the sun dips below the horizon. They are suspended between the earth and the sky, and also suspended in time. Up in the branches, they are just a husband and wife on a holiday, far from the grey worries of London. Elizabeth is filming with her scenic Kodak, capturing flickering images of a world that is about to change forever. Night falls over the African bush, a velvet darkness pierced only by the artificial moon of the viewing lamp, while the couple sleeps in the small creaking cabin, high in the tree, thousands of miles away in the cold, wind-swept flatlands of Norfolk. The clock stops. At Sandringham House, King George VI passes away in his sleep. The man who never wanted the crown has finally laid it down. But in 1952, there is no instant global connectivity. There are no smartphones to buzz on a bedside table. The news travels slowly, stumbling through a series of encoded telegrams and bad telephone connections. A telegram is sent from London to Nairobi, but the code book is locked in a safe, and the official who has the key is unavailable. It is a tragic comedy of errors. For hours, the princess is queen, but she does not know it. She is eating breakfast, tossing bananas to the baboons, completely unaware that she is now the sovereign head of the Commonwealth and defender of the faith. The world has shifted on its axis, but in the treehouse the birds are still singing the same song. It is arguably the last morning of her true youth, the last morning she belongs only to herself and to Philip. The news finally breaks through the static. It reaches Sagana Lodge, the royal residence nearby where the couple has returned to rest. It does not come to Elizabeth directly. Protocol and kindness demand a buffer. The message is given to Philip's equerry and close friend, Mike Parker. Parker receives the confirmation. The king is dead. The weight of the information is paralysing. He knows he has to tell Philip, and he knows that by telling Philip, he is essentially ending his friend's life as he knows it. Parker finds Philip in the lodge, perhaps reading a book or resting after the heat of the morning. He beckons him to the side. The scene is quiet, devoid of fanfare. Parker whispers the truth. The reaction of Prince Philip is one of the most devastating moments in his personal history. He does not stiffen his upper lip immediately. He does not recite a constitutional platitude. According to Parker, Philip looked as if half the world had dropped on him. He slumped. The physical impact of the news was like a blow to the chest. He knew instantly and terrifyingly what this meant. The naval career he loved, over. The privacy he cherished, gone. The normalcy they had fought for in Malta, ashes. He was no longer the master of his own ship. He was now the consort of the Queen. He grabbed a newspaper and covered his face, hiding his shock and perhaps his despair from the room. It was a moment of raw human vulnerability before the iron shield had to be bolted back into place. He took a few minutes to compose himself, to breathe in the African air one last time as a free man. Then he did his duty. He walked out into the garden where Elizabeth was sitting. He led her down a path towards a trout stream, away from the ears of the staff. We cannot know exactly what was said in that garden. The camera of history stays at a respectful distance. We see only the body language. The tall, fair-haired man bending down to speak to the petite woman in the beige dress. We see the stillness that settles over them. He tells her that her father is dead. He tells her she is queen. And in that moment, the dynamic of their marriage flips forever. He is no longer the head of the family in the traditional sense. He is her subject. She is no longer just his wife. She is his monarch. When they walk back to the lodge, the transformation has already begun. Elizabeth is pale but composed, her back straight, already assuming the mantle of majesty. Philip walks a step behind, his face a mask of grim determination. He has just drafted himself into a service from which there is no retirement. The logistical machinery of the monarchy grinds into gear immediately. The staff at the lodge, who had been joking with them hours before, now bow and curtsy. With a terrified reverence, the princess has vanished. They must leave immediately. A flight is arranged to take them from Entebbe back to London. The drive to the airport is silent. The plane, a Bawak Argonaut named Atalanta, awaits. As they board, a thunderstorm breaks over the airport, a heavy tropical deluge that hammers against the fuselage, mirroring the turmoil in Philip's mind. The flight home is a long, dark passage between two worlds. The plane is filled with journalists and staff, all speaking in hushed tones. Philip and Elizabeth sit together, but they are alone in their new reality. He is likely thinking of the magpie, of the freedom of the open sea, realizing that he will never stand on a bridge as a commander again. He is 30 years old, in the prime of his life, and he has just been retired into a gilded cage. There is a final, cruel detail to this journey. When the plane lands in London, the new queen realizes they have a problem. In the rush of the tour, amidst the trunks of safari gear and evening gowns, no one had packed a black morning dress. It is a breach of protocol to emerge from the plane in colours while the nation is grieving. They have to wait on the tarmac, the engines cooling, while a dress is frantically brought aboard. Philip waits in the shadows of the cabin while his wife changes. When the door finally opens, the world is waiting. The newsreel cameras are rolling. The Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, is waiting at the foot of the stairs, a sombre bulldog in a black coat. Elizabeth steps out first. She's small, black-clad, and utterly alone at the top of the stairs, framing a silhouette of duty against the grey English sky. Then Philip steps out. He is a few paces behind her. He stays there. He watches her descend to greet the Prime Minister. He watches the old men of the government bow to his wife. He stands back, his hands clasped behind his back, his face unreadable. The eagle has landed, but its wings have been clipped. The king is dead. Long live the queen. And somewhere in the silence of that tarmac, the heart of the naval officer beats its final rhythm of command before quieting into the long, steady pulse of the consort. The tragedy of Prince Philip is not that he died, but that he had to bury himself to let his wife reign. He walks down the stairs, into the waiting car, and the door slams shut. The next 70 years have just begun. The year of mourning passed like a long, grey exhalation, a necessary pause between the death of the father and the birth of the queen, allowing the machinery of the state to reset its gears for a new era. Now, the calendar turns to June 2nd, 1953. London has transformed. The grim, bomb-scarred city of the post-war years has been hidden beneath miles of bunting, flags, and painted plywood arches. It is Coronation Day, a spectacle of medieval pageantry. colliding with the 20th century, and the weather, true to British tradition, is atrocious. A cold, unseasonal rain lashes against the windows of Buckingham Palace, turning the mall into a slick grey river, reflecting the golden wheels of the waiting carriages. Inside the palace, the atmosphere is a chaotic blend of high solemnity and nervous energy. Prince Philip stands in his dressing room, surrounded by the heavy, stifling layers of history. He is putting on the full regalia of a duke, the crimson velvet robe, the ermine cape with its black spots, the coronet that sits heavy on the brow. He looks less like a modern naval officer and more like a figure from a tapestry, a knight preparing for a tournament where the prize is not a trophy but his own submission. Today is the day the Iron Shield is formally consecrated, but it is also the day the man is publicly diminished. He fought hard for his place in this ceremony, waging a quiet, bitter war behind the scenes against the mustachioed men of the court. He wanted to sit beside his wife in a chair of estate, an equal partner in the moment of glory. The answer from the establishment was a polite but firm no. He would sit lower, he would sit apart. He would be the first subject, but a subject nonetheless. The drive to Westminster Abbey in the Gold State coach is a sensory ordeal. The coach, a magnificent gilded monstrosity built in 1762, is notoriously uncomfortable. Queen Victoria once compared it to a ship tossing in a rough sea. As it lurches through the rain-swept streets, Philip sits opposite the woman he loves, who's now almost buried under the weight of the diadem and the impending vows. He offers her what comfort he can, perhaps a dry joke about the suspension or the weather, trying to break the tension that hangs in the air like static. But there is a victory for Philip in this procession, one that the crowds cheering under their umbrellas do not realise. The cameras that are broadcasting this event to millions of living rooms around the world, they are there because of him. The old guard, led by Winston Churchill and the Archbishop of Canterbury, had been horrified by the idea of televising the sacred anointing, fearing it would reduce a divine mystery to a theatrical show. Philip, the modernist, the man who loved gadgets and understood the future, had fought them. The people must see it, he argued. He won. It was his first significant victory as consort, bringing the monarchy out of the shadows and into the electric light of the television age. He dragged the institution kicking and screaming into the 1950s, ensuring that the girl in the coach wasn't just crowned for the peers in the Abbey, but for the housewife in Leeds and the mechanic in Liverpool. Entering Westminster Abbey is like stepping into a canyon of gold and stone. The air is thick with the scent of damp wool, beeswax, ancient dust, and the perfume of 8,000 guests crammed into the pews. The organ music vibrates in the chest, a physical force that commands awe. Philip takes his place, not on the throne, but on his designated chair in the theatre of the sanctuary. He watches. He watches as his wife is stripped of her jewellery, anointed with holy oil under a canopy of silk, and dressed in the heavy, stiff garments of Byzantium. He watches as the heavy St. Edward's crown is lowered onto her head. It is a moment of profound transformation. The Lilibet he drove fast cars with in Malta is gone, replaced by Elizabeth Regina. She sits on the coronation chair, holding the sceptre and the orb, a figure of remote, almost idol-like power. She belongs to God and the state now. And then comes the moment that defines Philip's remaining years, the ceremony of the homage. Historically, the peers of the realm would kneel in long, tedious lines to swear loyalty. Today, to save time, and perhaps to emphasize his unique position, Philip goes first. He stands up, his velvet robes rustling in the sudden silence of the vast cathedral. He walks up the steps to the throne. He is the husband, the father of her children, the man who has seen her in her pyjamas, the man who argues with her about the heating bills. But here, He must kneel. And he does. He drops to his knees before her, placing his hands between hers, in the ancient feudal gesture of submission. The microphones pick up his voice, steady, deep, and devoid of hesitation. I, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, do become your liege, man of life and limb, and of earthly worship, and faith and truth I will bear unto you, to live and die against all manner of folks. So help me God. Scholars often analyse the archaic poetry of these words, but the psychological weight is in the phrase liege man. It is a surrender. He is pledging to be her soldier, her protector, her subordinate. He is swearing to live and die for her, for after the oath he rises to his feet and performs a gesture that is both scripted and heartbreakingly intimate. He reaches out and touches the crown on her head just for a second, a steadying hand on the heavy burden she must now carry alone. Then he leans in and kisses her on the left cheek. It is a fleeting contact, a husband's touch in a ceremony of state. Historians debate what he whispered to her in that moment. Some say he said nothing. Others, relying on the lip reading of grainy footage, suggest a moment of tension-breaking humour, asking her, "Where did you get that hat?" It is a lovely, likely, apocryphal story, but it fits the man. He needed to puncture the balloon of solemnity to remind her that beneath the gold and the oil they were still just two people who had to get through the afternoon. As he backs away, stepping down from the throne, he is literally walking into the shadows. He takes his seat again, no longer just a duke, but the consort. The rest of the ceremony, the fanfares, the shouting of God save the Queen, the thunderous exit, passes in a blur of noise and colour. But the transaction is complete. The iron shield is locked in place. He has promised to be the wall between her and all manner of folks. Amidst the grandeur, there are small human moments that ground the day. The peers, hungry after hours of waiting, are rumoured to be sneaking sandwiches and miniature bottles of gin hidden inside their coronets, a delightful image of aristocratic pragmatism that Philip, with his naval sense of humour, would have undoubtedly appreciated. The hunger of the spirit, however, is harder to satisfy. Philip has just fed his ego to the monarchy. The return journey to the palace is a triumph. The rain has not stopped the crowds. They roar their approval, a sea of wet faces and waving flags. Philip sits in the coach waving, smiling the smile that will become his mask. He looks at the woman beside him, who is now waving with the practiced, restrained wave of a sovereign. The gap between them has been formalised. In the bedroom, they are equals. In every other room of their lives, she is the boss. As they step onto the balcony of Buckingham Palace to the deafening cheer of the multitude, Philip stands a little to the side. He watches the RAF fly past, the jets screaming over the mall, a reminder of the modern world rushing towards them. He is 32 years old. He has energy to burn, ideas to implement, and a desperate need to be useful. But as the glass doors close and the family retreats into the quiet of the palace, the reality sets in. He has no constitutional role, he has no state papers to sign, he is the eyes and ears, but he has no voice. The coronation is over, the party is ending, and Prince Philip, the man who walked away from a naval command for this, must now figure out how to be a man in a world where his only job is to kneel. The golden dust of the coronation eventually settled, and the bunting was swept from the gutters of London, leaving behind the grey, wet reality of the mid-1950s. The fairy tale was over. The marriage was now a workplace. Inside the high, corniced rooms of Buckingham Palace, a silence descended, not of peace, but of a gathering storm. It was a domestic dispute played out on the stage of constitutional history, a battle not over territory or money, but over something far more primal, a name, To understand the fury that was about to engulf Prince Philip, one must understand the era. This was a time when a man's identity was inextricably linked to his ability to provide for and name his family. Philip had already given up his naval command, his home in Malta, and his religion. He had knelt before his wife. But he held on to one certainty, that he was the father of her children, and that according to the laws of nature and society, his children would bear his name. He was a Mountbatten. Therefore, the house of Mountbatten now sat on the throne. The trouble began, as it so often did, with his uncle, Lord Louis Dicky Mountbatten. Dicky was a man of brilliance and charm, but he possessed an ego the size of an aircraft carrier and a tragic inability to keep his mouth shut. In the heady aftermath of the accession, believing victory was assured, Dicky had been overheard at a dinner party at Broadlands, raising a glass of port to toast the House of Mountbatten. It was a moment of hubris. The remark, intended for a friendly audience, leaked out. It travelled through the aristocratic grapevine, a network faster and more lethal than any telegraph, and reached the ears of the one person who could stop it. Queen Mary, Elizabeth's grandmother, Queen Mary, was 85 years old, a towering figure of Victorian steel, encased in layers of lace and diamonds. She was the living memory of the monarchy, a woman who had seen empires rise and fall, and she was not about to let a Battenberg upstart rename the dynasty her husband had saved. To her, the name Windsor was not just a label, it was the brand of British stability. Forged in 1917 to escape the German associations of the First World War. Hearing that Mountbatten might replace it was like hearing the palace was to be painted polka dot. She summoned the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill. Churchill, now in his late 70s, was a romantic imperialist who viewed the monarchy through a lens of sentimental tradition. He did not like Philip's modernizing ideas. He did not like his Uncle Dicky, and he certainly did not like the idea of changing the dynastic name. The old guard closed ranks. The cabinet met. The decision was made before Philip even knew the trial had begun. The advice given to the Queen was unanimous and absolute. The family name was Windsor, and it would remain Windsor forever. The children, Charles, Anne, and any who followed, would not be Mountbattens. The scene of the revelation is one of the coldest moments in the royal marriage. Elizabeth had to deliver the news to her husband. She was the Queen, and she had to side with her government and her grandmother against her own spouse. It was a betrayal born of duty, but a betrayal nonetheless. When Philip heard the decision, the iron shield cracked. The explosion was not just anger. It was the howl of a man who felt he was being erased from history while he was still alive. His reaction was visceral and famously bitter. He stormed through the private apartments, his voice echoing off the silk-covered walls. "I am the only man in the country not allowed to give his name to his own children," he shouted. "I am nothing but a bloody amoeba." The word amoeba is striking. It suggests a single-celled organism, shapeless, spineless, existing only to replicate without identity. For a man of action, a man who had commanded a destroyer and hunted U-boats, to be reduced to a biological speck was a humiliation that burned like acid. He felt gelded. The courtiers, the mustachioed men he so despised, had won. They had stripped him of everything but his title. He was the Duke of Edinburgh, yes, but in his own home he was a ghost. He withdrew. The atmosphere in the palace turned frigid. Philip spent more time away, flying airplanes, playing polo with a violent intensity, finding any excuse to be out of the building where he felt like a lodger. Historians often argue whether the Queen could have done more. Could she have stood up to Churchill? Perhaps. But she was young, inexperienced, and drilled to believe that the advice of her ministers was sacrosanct. She prioritized the stability of the crown over the ego of her husband. It was the correct constitutional choice, but the personal cost was astronomical. The rift it caused took years to heal. It wasn't just about a name on a birth certificate, it was about respect. Philip felt that the establishment viewed him as nothing more than a breeding stud, a necessary biological input to be discarded once the heir was secured. The war of the name simmered for years, a low-grade infection in the body of the marriage. It was not until 1960, shortly before the birth of their third child, Prince Andrew, that a compromise was finally reached, a hyphenated peace treaty. The Queen, more confident now, and perhaps seeing the lasting pain in her husband's eyes, issued a new decree. Her descendants, who did not bear the style of Royal Highness, would carry the name Mountbatten Windsor. It was a partial victory, a crumb thrown to a starving man, but it was enough to stitch the wound, even if the scar remained. But in the mid-1950s, that resolution was still far away. Philip was trapped in the amoeba years. He began to look for a purpose that the courtiers couldn't touch, a domain where he could be the master. If he couldn't rule the palace, he would conquer something else. His eyes turned to the map, to the blank white spaces at the bottom of the world. He needed distance. He needed a challenge that was physical, brutal, and undeniably real. He needed to get away from the red boxes, the bowing footmen, and the suffocating scent of Queen Mary's lavender. The idea of a long journey began to form, a voyage that would take him to the edge of the earth, to the Antarctic ice, where a man is judged by his survival skills, not his lineage. The War of the Name taught Philip a brutal lesson. He could never win against the institution. The monarchy was a machine that chewed up individuals to fuel its own perpetuity. He had tried to fight it, head on, and he had been crushed. Now, he had to learn to work around it, to build a parallel life within the walls of the cage. The anger did not vanish. It calcified into a hard, cynical humour, a protective layer of sarcasm that he would wear like armour for the rest of his life. He would do his duty. He would walk 2 steps behind, but he would never again let them see him bleed. As the winter of 1956 approached, Philip began to pack his sea chest again. The Britannia was waiting. The ice was calling. And the husband who felt like an amoeba was about to remind the world and himself that he was still a sailor, an explorer, and a man to be reckoned with. The palace doors would open, not to let him in, but to let him out into the cold, cleansing wind of the southern oceans. The year is 1956, and the map of Philip's life has become too small. The amoeba wars have left him bruised, restless, and suffocating in the velvet air of the palace. He needs oxygen, and he decides to find it in the one place where protocol freezes to death, the bottom of the world. In October, he kisses his wife goodbye, a farewell that the press, sensing blood in the water, describes as cool and distant, and boards the royal yacht Britannia. Ostensibly, this is a tour to open the Melbourne Olympics and visit the remote outposts of the Commonwealth. In reality, it is a jailbreak. For 4 months, Philip vanishes into the white silence of the Antarctic, embarking on a voyage that is part odyssey, part bachelor party, and part spiritual retreat. As the Britannia slips her moorings and heads for the Southern Ocean, the Duke of Edinburgh is finally, blissfully, the captain again. There are no red boxes here. There are no prime ministers. There is only the long, rolling swell of the Atlantic and a crew of men who call him Sir, but treat him like a sailor. The sensory landscape of this journey is starkly beautiful and brutally masculine. The Britannia, usually a floating palace of receptions and tiaras, becomes an explorer's vessel. Philip grows a beard, a thick, ginger-blonde spade of hair that makes him look less like a Windsor and more like the Viking ancestors he is so proud of. He stands on the bridge as they cross the Antarctic Circle on New Year's Eve, the icebergs drifting past like silent white cathedrals in the indigo twilight. This is the lonely Antarctic. Not because he is alone, he is surrounded by his Thursday Club friend and Private Secretary Mike Parker and a loyal crew, but because he is geographically and emotionally severed from his other life. He visits the whaling stations of South Georgia, walking among the grim industrial slaughter of the era, the air thick with the stench of rendering blubber, a visceral reality that fascinates his pragmatic mind even as it surely repels his aesthetic sense. He paints watercolours of the ice, capturing the blue shadows and the alien light, trying to document a world that feels more real than the drawing rooms of London. But the world he left behind has a long reach. While Philip is chasing penguins and navigating pack ice, a scandal erupts in London that threatens to capsize his marriage from 8,000 miles away. His closest friend on the ship, Mike Parker, is sued for divorce by his wife. The grounds are adultery. In the moral climate of the 1950s, this is nuclear. The press, who have been whispering about a rift between Philip and the Queen for months, connect the dots with malicious glee. If the private secretary is a philanderer, they imply, what about the master? Is this boy's trip just a cover for bad behaviour? The headlines scream across the telex machines in the Britannia's communications room. Philip is furious. He feels hunted. Even here, at the edge of the earth, the cage rattles. He is forced to accept Parker's resignation, losing his best friend and his shield-bearer in a single stroke. The lonely voyage suddenly lives up to its name. He is isolated on the bridge, angry at the press, worried about Elizabeth, and powerless to stop the ink-stained assassins in Fleet Street. Historians still argue about the true state of the royal marriage during this long separation. Was it a cooling-off period, a crisis, or simply two independent people giving each other space? The letters between them during this time remain private, but the public reunion offers a clue that is both hilarious and deeply touching. The Britannia finally turns for home, docking in Lisbon, Portugal, in February 1957. Philip, anxious about his reception, wonders how Elizabeth will react to the beard, to the scandals, to the months of absence. He expects a frost. Instead, he gets a farce. When he climbs the gangplank to meet the Queen, he finds her waiting with the entire royal entourage, and every single one of them, the Queen included, is wearing a fake ginger beard. It is a moment of pure, dissolving relief. The Queen of England, the woman of duty, has chosen to greet her wandering, bearded husband with a practical joke. The tension breaks instantly. The laughter that rings out over the harbour is the sound of a marriage healing itself. The rumours of the rift evaporate in the face of this playful intimacy. Philip shaves off the beard, the symbol of his wild freedom, almost immediately, but the message has been received. He is welcome back. He is loved. He has been the explorer, the iron shield testing its strength against the ice, but now it is time to come in from the cold. He returns to London not as a conquered subject, but as a man who has seen the ends of the earth and chosen to come home. The lonely Antarctic is left behind in the wake of the ship, a frozen dream that will sustain him through the thousands of dull handshakes yet to come. The Antarctic ice had melted from his beard, and the salt spray of the Southern Ocean had been washed away, leaving Prince Philip standing once again in the hushed, velvet-lined airlock of Buckingham Palace. The year is 1957, and the homecoming hero finds himself trapped in a museum. While the world outside the palace gates is racing towards the space age, Sputnik is about to beep its way across the sky, and rock and roll is shaking the foundations of youth culture. The interior of the monarchy is still operating on a timeline that stalled somewhere around the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Victoria. To a man with a naval officer's obsession for efficiency and a modernist's hunger for progress, the daily operation of the royal household is not just old-fashioned, it is maddeningly, offensively broken. The palace is a labyrinth of 600 rooms, miles of red carpet, and a hierarchy so rigid and archaic that it requires a footman to fetch a page, to fetch a valet, to fetch a glass of water. It is a machine designed for waiting, not for working. Philip, fresh from the bridge of the Britannia, where a single command could turn a ship, looks at this lumbering dinosaur of an institution and decides that if he cannot be king, he will be the chief executive officer. He declares war on the cobwebs. This is the era of wires in the palace, a period of domestic revolution where the iron shield becomes a screwdriver, and the Duke of Edinburgh attempts to drag the House of Windsor, kicking and screaming, into the 20th century. The battleground is logistical. Philip wanders the corridors with a clipboard and a stopwatch, a terrifying sight for the old guard of staff who have spent decades perfecting the art of doing nothing slowly. He discovers absurdities that would be comical if they weren't so wasteful. He finds that the palace kitchens are so far removed from the dining rooms that the food travels nearly a quarter of a mile before it reaches the Queen's plate. Arriving in a state of tepid sadness, he discovers that there are two separate staffs for dusting, one for the corridors and one for the rooms, who refuse to cross the threshold of each other's domains due to some forgotten union rule from the 1920s. He finds unauthorised perks being siphoned off by servants, ancient inefficiencies in the heating system, and a communication network that relies on handwritten notes carried on silver salvers. To Philip, this is not tradition, it is rot. He brings in the organisation and methods branch of the Treasury, a team of cold-eyed government efficiency experts, to audit the Queen's home. The shock among the courtiers is seismic. To invite men in suits to measure the Queen's curtains and time her footman is seen as a vulgar betrayal of the mystique. But Philip does not care about mystique, he cares about mechanics. He wants the machine to hum, not creak. The symbol of this revolution is the intercom. Before Philip, if the Queen wanted to speak to her husband in the next room, a page had to be summoned. Philip installs a system of internal telephones and squawk boxes, wiring the private apartment so the family can speak to each other without an intermediary in knee breeches listening in. It is a small change, but a profound one. It reclaims their privacy and their immediacy. He is a gadget geek, a man who loves the tactile click of buttons and the hum of electricity. He installs a teas maid by his bed so he can brew his own morning tea without waiting for a servant, a gesture of independence that baffles the upper classes who pride themselves on helplessness. He sets up a frying pan in his study to cook his own breakfast of bacon and eggs, the smell of rendering fat drifting into the silk-lined corridors, a sensory flag of his refusal to be totally served. He converts a room into a dedicated office filled with the latest technology, tape recorders, typewriters, and eventually computers. He is building a command centre. Historians still argue about the depth of the resistance he faced during this modernisation drive. Some accounts suggest a near mutiny among the senior staff, with old retainers resigning in protest at being asked to work harder or differently. There are stories of Philip firing people, or at least making their lives so uncomfortable with his sharp questions, "What do you actually do all day?" that they chose to leave. He is described during this time as a new broom with very stiff bristles. He consolidates the estates, taking over the management of Sandringham and Balmoral, turning them from money-losing aristocratic playgrounds into working, profitable farms. He introduces ranges, he plants cash crops, he redesigns the layout of the flower beds to save labour. He is relentless. He is trying to prove that the monarchy can pay its own way, that it is not a parasite, but a functioning business. There is a soft, humorous undercurrent to this domestic blitz. One can imagine the Queen watching her whirlwind husband dismantling the plumbing, or interrogating the chef with a mixture of amusement and relief. She hates confrontation, he thrives on it. She allows him to be the bad cop because she knows the palace needs it, and more importantly, she knows he needs it. Every intercom he installs, every light bulb he changes to a more energy-efficient wattage is a brick in the wall of his own self-worth. He is making himself useful. He is proving that he is not just a bloody amoeba, but the man who makes the lights turn on. He creates a training scheme for the footmen, insisting they learn skills that will help them get jobs outside the palace, turning royal service from a dead-end trap into a career step. It is a progressive, almost socialist idea in the heart of the most elitist building in England. But the wires in the palace are not just about electricity, they are about connection to the outside world. Philip realises that the monarchy is dangerously isolated, wrapped in a bubble of deference. He pushes for the royal walkabout, breaking the rule that royals must only be seen from a distance. He encourages the Queen to drop the received pronunciation of the upper crust just a fraction to sound more like her people. He brings the cameras in. He is the producer of the royal show, tweaking the lighting, rewriting the script, ensuring that the audience doesn't get bored and change the channel. He is acutely aware, perhaps more than anyone else in the family, that their survival depends on their relevance. In a rapidly changing Britain, a palace that smells of mothballs and operates by candlelight will eventually be condemned. By the early 1960s, the transformation is palpable. The palace is still grand, still filled with history, but under the floorboards the hum of Philip's wires is vibrating. He has created a modern workspace for a modern head of state. The footmen are moving faster. The food is arriving hot, mostly. The Queen can call her husband on the phone. The Iron Shield has successfully defended the monarchy against its most insidious enemy, its own obsolescence. Philip has carved out a role for himself as the Ranger of the royal household, a title that doesn't exist but which he embodies perfectly. He walks the corridors now not as a guest but as a landlord who knows where every fuse box is located. He has won the war of the wires, and in doing so he has bought the monarchy time that he will use to launch his next and perhaps greatest project, a challenge to the youth of the world that will carry his name long after the intercoms have rusted into silence. The narrative lens now shifts from the internal mechanics of the palace to the misty, rain-slicked moors of the British imagination, where a new legacy is being forged not in gold but in grit. The year is 1956. While Prince Philip was rewiring the intercoms and sailing the Antarctic, he was also brooding on a problem that went far beyond the palace walls. Post-war Britain was changing. The youth of the nation, the generation growing up in the shadow of the bomb and the welfare state, seemed to the older generation to be drifting. The newspapers were full of panic about teddy boys and juvenile delinquency, about a generation suffering from what Philip's old mentor Kurt Hahn called spectatoritis, a spiritual rot caused by watching life rather than living it. Philip, the man who had built his own character on the rocks of Gordonstoun and the decks of destroyers, looked at these young men and saw a waste of potential. He did not see bad kids. He saw bored kids. He saw a lack of challenge. And so, the Iron Shield decided to build a forge. He reconnected with Hahn, the eccentric German educator who had saved him in the 1930s. Hahn had a vision for a county badge scheme, a program to encourage physical fitness and community service, but he needed a figurehead with the power to make it national. He needed a battering ram to break through the skepticism of the educational establishment. He turned to his former head boy, the guardian of Gordonstoun. Philip did not just lend his name to the project, he hijacked it. He took Hahn's philosophy and stripped it of its academic pretension, sharpening it into a practical tool for survival in the modern world. He recruited Sir John Hunt, the hero who had successfully led the 1953 Everest expedition, to be the first director, adding a dash of mountaineering glory to the enterprise. Together, they created the Duke of Edinburgh's award. It was not a competition. There were no winners or losers, no first-place ribbons. It was a contract between a young person and themselves. To earn the gold, silver, or bronze, you didn't have to beat the person next to you. You had to defeat your own desire to quit. The structure was deceptively simple. Service, skills, physical recreation, and the expedition. But within those four pillars lay a profound understanding of human psychology. Philip was essentially franchising the Gordonstoun grit. He was giving every teenager in a council estate in Glasgow or a suburb in Surrey the chance to feel the same cold wind and sense of accomplishment he had felt building the pigsty on the Scottish coast. The expedition became the stuff of folklore. Groups of teenagers dropped in the middle of nowhere with a map, a compass, and a rucksack, told to walk 20 miles in the pouring rain and set up a tent without setting it on fire. It was a sensory baptism. For generations of young people, the dorfree would mean the smell of wet wool, the taste of burnt beans cooked on a mesmerizingly dangerous camping stove, the squelch of mud in boots, and the terrifying realization that the hill on the map looks much smaller than the hill in reality. Historians often overlook the personal significance of this project for Philip. It was the first thing in his royal life that was entirely his own. It was not inherited from the king. It was not a duty of the consort. It was his invention. He chaired the committees with his trademark bluntness, cutting through red tape, insisting that the award remain accessible to everyone, not just the athletes or the scholars. He wanted the average bloke to discover that he was capable of extraordinary endurance. He attended the Gold Award presentations personally, turning the picture gallery at Buckingham Palace into a chaotic assembly of muddy boots and anxious parents. He would move down the line, not with the polite murmur of the Queen, but with the sharp, interrogative banter of a naval captain. "Did you get lost?" he would ask. "How were the blisters? Did you want to kill the leader?" He spoke to them as equals, as fellow survivors of the wild. He loved the disasters as much as the triumphs, because the disasters meant they had tried. Over the decades, the awards spread like a benevolent virus, moving from Britain to the Commonwealth and beyond, eventually operating in over 140 countries under various names. Millions of young people would pin that small badge to their lapel, a tiny piece of metal that signified they had voluntarily stepped out of their comfort zone. For Philip, this was his long game. He knew he could not rule the country, but he could shape the character of its citizens. He was building a shadow army of resilient, practical, community-minded individuals in a life defined by what he could not do. He could not reign, he could not speak freely, he could not command a ship. The award was a resounding statement of what he could do. It was a legacy of empowerment. He took the loneliness of his own childhood, the self-reliance he was forced to learn in exile, and turned it into a curriculum. Every time a teenager learned to read a map or volunteered at a charity shop to earn their badge, they were unknowingly participating in the Duke's own therapy. They were learning that they were not amoebas, but captains of their own small ships. The Gold Award was not just a medal. It was a piece of the Iron Shield, broken off and shared with the world, a promise that no matter how lost you are in the fog, if you have a compass and the will to keep walking, you will eventually find your way home. The program became his anchor, a constant source of pride that ran parallel to his royal duties, proving that while he walked 2 steps behind the Queen, he was leading millions of others toward the summit of their own potential. The camera now zooms in from the wind-swept hills of the Duke of Edinburgh's award to the intimate carpeted silence of the nursery floor. It is the late 1950s, and the Iron Shield is facing a domestic challenge that will prove far more intractable than any naval battle or palace modernization, the raising of his eldest son. The relationship between Prince Philip and Prince Charles is one of the great tragic operas of the House of Windsor, a collision of two fundamentally different elements like fire trying to understand water. Philip is the alpha male, the man of action, forged in exile and tempered by war, a pragmatist who speaks in short, sharp sentences and believes that introspection is a form of self-indulgence. Charles, the heir, is a creature of entirely different clay. He is sensitive, artistic, deeply emotional, and prone to gazing out of windows wondering about the nature of the soul. He loves the cello. Philip loves the polo mallet. He loves watercolour landscapes. Philip loves naval blueprints. From the very beginning, the gap between the father's expectations and the son's reality is a canyon that love struggles to bridge. For Philip, looking at his son is like looking into a mirror and seeing a stranger. He looks at Charles and sees vulnerability. To a normal father, a sensitive son is a gift to be nurtured. But Philip is not a normal father. He is the guardian of a dynasty. He knows, with a terrifying clarity, what is waiting for the boy. He knows the goldfish bowl is filled with piranhas, the press, the courtiers, the crushing weight of public scrutiny. He believes that if Charles remains soft, the system will eat him alive. And so, with a logic that is both loving and brutal, Philip decides that his primary duty as a father is to build the boy a suit of armour. He sets out to toughen him up. It is a regimen born of anxiety, not cruelty. But to a shy little boy, the difference is often indistinguishable. The arena for this character-building experiment is, inevitably, Gordonstoun. The Queen Mother argues for Eton, a school close to Windsor, where Charles can be coddled in relative comfort. Philip overrules her. He insists on his own alma mater, the school of rocks on the Scottish coast. He believes the cold showers, the morning runs, and the rugged individualism will make a man out of the prince. It is a miscalculation of epic proportions. For Philip, Gordonstoun was a liberation. For Charles, it is a prison sentence. Historians and biographers still argue fiercely about the true nature of Charles's time there. Was it really Colditz in kilts? A hellscape of bullying and misery, as the prince later described it? Or was it, as Philip maintained, a perfectly good school where a pampered boy simply had to learn to tie his own shoelaces? The truth likely sits in the middle. Charles was bullied, mercilessly, not just because he was the heir, but because he was different. He didn't fit in, and when he wrote home complaining of his misery, Philip's response was not to pull him out, but to tell him to stick with it. Plus est en vous. There is more in you. Dig deeper. There is a poignant sensory memory from this era that captures the dynamic perfectly. Imagine a family barbecue at Balmoral, a setting Philip loved. He is manning the grill, surrounded by smoke and the smell of searing sausages, barking orders, making jokes, moving with a frenetic energy. He wants his son to join in, to be boisterous, to grab a pair of tongs and laugh at the chaos. Charles, however, is likely standing at the edge of the circle, shrinking away from the noise, perhaps worrying about the smoke getting in his eyes. Philip, frustrated by what he perceives as wimpiness, might snap a sharp comment, a buck-up, or a sarcastic quip meant to provoke a reaction. Instead of fighting back, which Philip would have respected, Charles retreats further into his shell. The father roars to be heard. The son whispers to be invisible. It is a cycle of disappointment that feeds on itself. Philip wants a sparring partner. He gets a wounded deer. The tragedy is that Philip is not an unfeeling man. He is simply a man whose emotional toolkit is missing the wrench for gentle encouragement. He tries to connect in the only ways he knows how, through activity. He teaches Charles to shoot, to fish, to fly, and Charles, dutiful and desperate for approval, tries. He learns to play polo, pushing himself to be physically brave despite his natural inclination towards the library, but the praise he craves rarely comes. Philip operates on a naval standard. If you do well, that is expected. If you screw up, you hear about it. Not enough becomes the silent soundtrack of Charles's youth. The sensitive prince begins to look elsewhere for father figures, to his grandmother, to his uncle Dickie Mountbatten, to the writer Lawrence van der Post, seeking the warmth that the iron shield cannot provide. Yet it is too simple to paint Philip as the villain of this piece. Observers close to the family often note that Philip was the only one who treated Charles like a normal human being. The courtiers fawned over the boy. The nannies spoiled him. The Queen was often distant, consumed by her red boxes. Philip was the only one who told him the truth, even if the truth was delivered with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. He was trying to prevent the boy from becoming arrogant or entitled. There is a story of Philip watching Charles struggle with a mechanical task, perhaps fixing a toy or a piece of equipment, and growing impatient, eventually taking it out of his hands and doing it himself with a muttered, "Here, let me do it." It is a classic fatherly failing, born of competence, clashing with incompetence. Philip was just so good at everything, sports, mechanics, conversation, that Charles constantly felt he was living in a shadow that was too large to escape. As the 1960s progress and Charles enters adulthood, the rift formalizes. They become two men who speak different languages. Philip thinks Charles is a romantic dreamer with his head in the clouds. Charles thinks Philip is a Philistine who doesn't understand the nuances of the human heart. They are the hedgehog and the fox. One knows one big thing, duty, survival. The other knows many small things, art, philosophy, organic farming. The dinner table conversations are fraught. Philip loves to debate, to play devil's advocate, to tear arguments apart just for the sport of it. Charles takes these intellectual assaults personally, feeling attacked rather than engaged. The Queen sits between them, the silent referee, eating her salad, perhaps wishing the iron shield would lower his voice and the sensitive prince would grow a thicker skin. But beneath the friction, there is a deep, unspoken bond of loyalty. Philip is hard on Charles because he loves the monarchy, and Charles is the future of it. He is trying to hammer the gold into a shape that will hold the crown. It is a brutal process, and the sparks fly, burning them both. In later years, the narrative would soften. Charles would come to appreciate his father's no-nonsense wisdom, and Philip would come to respect his son's dedication to his own causes, even if he thought talking to plants was bloody ridiculous. But in the crucible of the 1960s, the forge is hot and the metal is screaming. The sensitive prince is learning that his father's love is not a warm blanket. It is a cold wind that demands you stand up straight. And Philip, watching from the window as his son walks alone in the garden, surely feels the quiet, gnawing ache of a man who knows he is failing to connect, but who cannot change the iron nature of his own soul. He turns back to his desk, to his letters and his projects, leaving the bridge unbuilt, hoping that one day the boy will understand that the shield was heavy because it had to be. The narrative lens now adjusts its focus, moving from the grey stone of Gordonstoun to the vibrant steaming greens of the Indian jungle and the polished mahogany boardrooms of Switzerland. The year is 1961, and Prince Philip is standing at the centre of a contradiction so sharp it threatens to cut his public image in half. He is a man with a rifle in his hand and a panda on his letterhead. This is the era of the conservation paradox, a chapter in his life where the hunter becomes the protector and the iron shield is deployed not to defend the crown, but to defend the earth itself. To understand this, we must first look at a photograph that went around the world, a grainy black and white image taken during a royal tour of India. It shows the prince standing over the body of a tiger he has just shot. He looks proud, the conqueror of the wild beast, a classic pose of the colonial era. Beside him stands the Queen, and around them the local Maharajas. At the time, this was standard diplomatic entertainment. A tiger hunt was the equivalent of a round of golf for the global elite. But the world was changing. The shutter click that captured that dead tiger echoed like a gunshot in the rising consciousness of the 1960s. The public looked at the picture and saw a massacre. Philip looked at the picture and saw management. Here lies the friction that defined Philip's environmentalism. He was not a green in the modern sentimental sense. He did not believe that every animal had a right to life. He was a pragmatist, an aristocrat, and a farmer. To him, nature was not a Disney movie where the animals talked and held hands. It was a complex, brutal, and beautiful machine that required maintenance. His philosophy was unsentimental. If you want to keep the forest, you have to make sure it has value. Sometimes that meant allowing wealthy people to pay to shoot a few old animals so the money could protect the habitat for the breeding young. It was a cold, calculated logic that infuriated the bunny huggers, as he occasionally referred to the more emotional activists, but it was a logic that would become the bedrock of modern conservation. In the same year as the tiger hunt, a different kind of meeting was taking place in Zurich. A group of scientists and naturalists, including the brilliant Julian Huxley and the painter Peter Scott, were panicking. They saw what the politicians missed. The natural world was vanishing. Habitats were being bulldozed. Species were blinking out of existence, and there was no money to stop it. They needed a figurehead, someone with global fame, immense energy, and the ability to open checkbooks. They turned to the Duke of Edinburgh. It was a gamble. Asking a famous hunter to lead a wildlife charity seemed absurd, but Philip accepted immediately. He saw the logic. He saw the data. And when Philip saw a problem that could be fixed with efficiency and organisation, he didn't just join, he took over. He became the first president of the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, in the UK, and later the president of the WWF International. He didn't just lend his name to the stationery, he lent his sweat. He treated the WWF like a naval operation. He travelled the world, flying over the disappearing rainforests of Brazil, inspecting the poaching crises in Africa, and sitting in stuffy conference rooms demanding to know why the budget for rhino protection wasn't being spent effectively. He was a terrifyingly effective fundraiser. He would walk into a room of millionaires, lock eyes with them, and essentially shame them into giving money. "You're destroying the planet," his eyes seemed to say. "Write a check." He famously remarked, with typical bluntness, that it was fantastic that people were interested in the cuddly animals like the panda, but his concern was for the creepy crawlies, the ugly insects and bacteria that actually kept the biosphere alive. He understood the web of life before it was fashionable. Sensory details from this period paint a picture of a man constantly in motion. Imagine the smell of jet fuel and stale coffee as he hops from a state banquet to a field station in the Serengeti. He is wearing a suit that is slightly rumpled from travel, his tie loosened, looking at maps with muddy-booted rangers. He is asking the hard questions. How many elephants are left? What's the poaching route? Who is paying the bribes? He is not there to pet the animals. He is there to audit the survival of the species. He brings the same Gordonstoun grit to conservation that he brought to everything else. He scolds governments. He hectors dictators about their environmental policies. He uses his position as the Queen's husband to say things that diplomats are too polite to whisper, yet the paradox remained. He continued to shoot. He managed the game at Sandringham with an iron fist, culling deer and shooting pheasants by the thousand. To his critics, this was hypocrisy of the highest order. How could the president of the WWF blast birds out of the sky? Philip never apologized. He argued that he was a conservationist, not a preservationist. A preservationist wants to put nature in a glass box and never touch it. A conservationist wants to interact with it, eat it, use it, but ensure it is still there for the next generation. If you kill a stag, he would argue, you are taking one animal. If you plough up the forest to grow corn, you are killing the insects, the birds, the mice, the badgers. You are killing everything. It was a sophisticated argument, but it was a hard sell to a public that just saw a man with a gun. There is a moment of dry humour in this tension. During a television interview, when pressed on his views, he once compared the conservation of animals to the conservation of art. If I destroy a Rembrandt, he said, it's gone forever. That is a crime. If I shoot a pheasant, well, there's another egg in the nest. It was a devastatingly simple rebuttal, delivered with that slight wolfish grin that dared the interviewer to argue with biology. He was teaching the world that extinction was the enemy, not death itself. Death was natural, extinction was final. Through the 1960s and 70s, Philip's work with the WWF put environmentalism on the map. He was the Green Prince before the term existed. He warned about the greenhouse effect and overpopulation decades before they became mainstream headlines. He drove electric cars in London when they were little more than glorified milk floats, trundling through the smog as a silent testament to his belief in technology. He was, in many ways, the bridge between the old aristocratic stewardship of the land and the new scientific urgency of ecology. He made it acceptable for conservatives, for business leaders, for the establishment to care about the environment. He showed them that saving the planet wasn't a hippie fantasy. It was a matter of resource management, and therefore a matter of survival. As the years went by, the gun and the panda learned to live together in the public imagination. The criticism never fully went away, but the results spoke for themselves. The WWF grew into a global powerhouse protecting millions of acres of wilderness. Philip's legacy was written in the survival of species that might otherwise have vanished. He had used his outsider status to see the big picture. While the politicians were looking at the next election, he was looking at the next century. He was the watchman on the mast, scanning the horizon for icebergs, warning the ship of state that the waters were getting dangerous. The conservation paradox was, in the end, not a paradox at all, but a lesson in complexity. He taught us that you can love the earth and still get your boots muddy. He taught us that a man can carry a gun and a conscience at the same time. And as he stood in the quiet woods of Sandringham, watching the sun set through the trees he had planted, he likely felt no contradiction, only the deep, satisfying silence of a world that was still breathing because he had helped to fight for its lungs. The monochrome world of post-war Britain, with its rationing coupons and grey flannel suits, now explodes into a kaleidoscope of technicolor. It is the swinging 60s, and the cultural ground beneath the monarchy is shifting with the violence of an earthquake. The air in London no longer smells of coal smoke and deference. It smells of hairspray, vinyl, marijuana, and revolution. The Beatles are screaming from every radio, skirts are rising well above the knee on Carnaby Street, and a new generation of satirists is on television, daring to laugh at the establishment. Inside Buckingham Palace, the mood is one of bewildered caution. The Queen, trained in the stoic rhythms of her father's era, watches this cultural tsunami with a mixture of curiosity and alarm. But Prince Philip does not hide behind the curtains. He steps out onto the balcony, looks at the chaos of the modern world, and decides that if the monarchy is to survive the age of the electric guitar, it must learn to plug in its own amplifier. This decade marks the transformation of the Iron Shield into the anchor, a heavy, stabilising force that holds the ship of state steady while the winds of change tear at the sails. Philip is now in his 40s. The golden youth of the naval officer has thickened into the rugged, imposing figure of a man in his prime. He is balding slightly, his face more lined, his eyes more sceptical. He understands, perhaps better than anyone else in the firm, that the days of the monarchy, existing as a distant, divine mystery, are over. The Victorian concept of magic is being eroded by the telephoto lens and the investigative journalist. He argues with his usual forceful eloquence that they cannot simply demand respect anymore. They have to earn it. They have to show that they are relevant. Oh, it is a dangerous word. Relevant. A trap for an institution based on heredity. But Philip walks right into it. He begins to engage with the new culture, not by trying to be cool, which would be fatal, but by being aggressively intellectual. He goes on television, not to wave, but to debate. He sits for interviews where he answers questions about science, industry, and religion with a sharpness that startles the interviewers. He is showing the public that the man beside the Queen is not a dummy in a uniform, but a thinking, breathing modern man. The climax of this modernization strategy arrives in 1969 with a project that remains the subject of intense scholarly debate to this day, the documentary film simply titled Royal Family. It was Philip's idea, against the terrified advice of the mustachioed men, and even against the warnings of David Attenborough, who feared it would kill the monarchy. Philip commissioned a film crew to come inside the palace. He wanted to shatter the glass wall. He wanted the public to see that the Queen was a woman who laughed, who drove a car, who bought ice cream for her son. For months, the cameras followed them. They filmed the Queen working at her desk. They filmed the family watching TV. And in the most famous scene of all, they filmed a family barbecue at Balmoral. Picture the scene, a windy Scottish hillside, the smell of sausages and heather. Philip is manning the grill, wielding the tongs with the same intensity he once used to command a frigate. The Queen is setting the table. Prince Charles is making salad dressing. It is banal, it is domestic, and it is revolutionary. For the first time in 1,000 years, the sovereign is shown not as a god figure, but as a mother, wondering if the stakes are done. When the documentary aired, 350 million people watched it. It was a smash hit. The public loved it. They felt, for the first time, that they knew these people. But the critics were right to be worried. By showing the magic trick, Philip had demystified the magician. He had opened a door that could never be closed again. He had turned the royal family into a soap opera, inviting a level of scrutiny that would eventually devour his children's happiness. Yet, in the context of 1969, it was a masterstroke of survival. It bought the monarchy another generation of goodwill. While he was rebranding the family business, Philip was also experiencing a second fatherhood. In 1960 and 1964, the second family arrived, Prince Andrew and Prince Edward. The dynamic this time was different. The Iron Shield had softened. Philip was older, more settled, less anxious about proving himself. He was, by all accounts, a more relaxed father to the younger boys. He read them bedtime stories, The Jungle Book and Just So stories, doing all the voices, transforming the nursery into a theatre of adventure. He wrestled with them on the carpet. He taught them to drive. He built model airplanes. The tension that defined his relationship with Charles was largely absent here. He saw in Andrew a reflection of himself, boisterous, physical, daring, and in Edward he found a quiet intelligence that he learned to appreciate more gently. These moments of domesticity, hidden from the public eye, were his sanctuary from the noise of the swinging 60s. But the decade was not just barbecues and bedtime stories, it was a grind. The Queen's schedule was relentless, and Philip was her engine. In 1969 alone, he undertook a grueling solo tour of North America, acting as the advance man for the monarchy, shaking thousands of hands, giving dozens of speeches, selling brand Britain to a world that was rapidly losing interest in the old empire. There is a story from this era that captures his exhaustion and his resilience. During a visit to the White House, meeting President Nixon, Philip was reportedly so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open during the official dinner. Yet, when the moment came to speak, he stood up, cracked a joke that brought the house down and charmed the room before collapsing back into his chair. He was a performer who never missed a cue, even when the stage lights were burning his retinas. As the decade drew to a close, the 60s began to curdle into something darker. The optimism of the Beatles gave way to political unrest, strikes, and the troubles in Northern Ireland. The anchor was feeling the strain. Philip looked at the changing society, the permissiveness, the drug culture, the decline of discipline, with the skepticism of a man who had seen civilization collapse in 1940s Europe. He often made comments that were deemed out of touch or cantankerous by the press. He told British industry to pull its finger out. He criticised the nanny state. He was the grumpy uncle at the national dinner table, saying the things that polite people thought but didn't dare articulate. But his grumpiness was a form of honesty. He refused to pander. He refused to pretend that everything was groovy. The 1960s ended with the investiture of Prince Charles as Prince of Wales at Caernarfon Castle, a medieval pageant televised in colour to a global audience. Philip stood by, watching his son kneel before the Queen, a mirror image of his own submission in 1953. He must have felt a complex swirl of pride and pity. He knew the weight of the coronet. He knew the loneliness of the role. He had spent the last 10 years trying to modernize the stage so his son wouldn't look ridiculous standing on it. But he knew that ultimately the boy would have to face the audience alone. The Iron Shield had done its job. The monarchy had survived the Beatles. It had survived the satire. It had survived the miniskirt. But as the clock ticked over into the 1970s, a new shadow was lengthening across the water, a threat that would strike not at the institution, but at the heart of the family itself. The anchor was holding, but the storm was far from over. The narrative wheel turns to the late summer of 1979, a season that began with the soft heather-scented breezes of August, but ended with a thunderclap that tore the heart out of the royal family. We find ourselves on the rugged green coast of County Sligo Island in the sleepy fishing village of Malagmur. Here, the classy-born castle stands like a sentinel against the Atlantic, the holiday home of Earl Mountbatten of Burma, the man known to the world as a war hero and the last viceroy of India, but known to Prince Philip simply as Uncle Dickie. To understand the magnitude of the darkness that is about to descend, one must understand the light that Dickie cast. He was not just an uncle, he was the architect of Philip's life. He was the man who had taken the homeless Greek prince under his wing, the man who had guided him through the navy, the man who had whispered in the ears of kings to secure the marriage to Elizabeth. He was a figure of immense, sprawling ego, a man who loved medals and uniforms and the sound of his own voice, but he was also the repository of the family's history. He was the last living link to Philip's father, to the Victorian age, to the old Europe that had vanished. On this particular morning, August 27th, the sky is a pale washed-out blue. the sea calm and inviting, Mountbatten, 79 years old but still possessed of a restless vitality, decides to go lobster potting aboard his small fishing boat, the Shadow V. He takes with him his daughter Patricia, her husband John, his grandson Nicholas, and a local boat boy, Paul Maxwell. It is a scene of utter domestic normalcy, a grandfather treating his family to a morning on the water. But the shadow of the boat's name was darker than anyone realised. The night before, members of the Provisional IRA had slipped past the unguarded harbour wall and planted a 50-pound bomb on board. At 11:30 a.m, as the boat reached the lobster pots just a few hundred yards from the shore, the world shattered. The explosion was heard for miles, a dull, sickening thud that sent a plume of water and debris shooting into the sky. The Shadow Fae was not merely damaged, it was obliterated, reduced to matchwood, floating on an oil-slicked tide. Lord Mountbatten, the grandson of Queen Victoria, the Supreme Allied Commander, the man who had survived sinking ships and jungle warfare, was killed instantly, along with his 14-year-old grandson and the young boat boy. It was an act of political violence that struck at the very symbolic heart of the British establishment, but for Philip, the politics was secondary to the personal abyss that opened up beneath his feet. He was at Balmoral when the news arrived, in the same castle where he had learned of his engagement, in the same Scottish sanctuary where he tried to keep the world at bay. The phone rang. The message was delivered. And for the second time in his life, a father figure had been ripped away, not by illness or age, but by sudden catastrophic trauma. The reaction of Prince Philip to Mountbatten's assassination is a study in the complexity of grief. Publicly, he was the Iron Shield, stoic and immovable, supporting the Queen and comforting his devastated son Charles, who viewed Mountbatten as his honorary grandfather and mentor. But privately, historians suggest that Philip's emotions were a turbulent mix of sorrow and a strange, cold fury. He and Dickie had a complicated relationship. Philip had spent years trying to escape his uncle's overbearing shadow, fighting the war of the name, rolling his eyes at Dickie's relentless meddling and vanity. They had argued. They had drifted apart. Yet Dickie was the only person left on earth who called him Philip without a title, the only one who remembered him as a boy in Paris, the only one who understood the peculiar burden of being a Mountbatten. With the explosion at Mollegmar, the library of Philip's past burned down. He was now, definitively, the patriarch. There was no one left above him to ask for advice. The silence that followed was deafening. The funeral at Westminster Abbey was the last great pageant of the imperial age, a ceremony Mountbatten had planned himself down to the minute details, leading some to grimly joke that he would have been furious to miss it. Philip walked behind the coffin. It is a haunting visual echo. The 16-year-old boy in Darmstadt walking behind his sister's coffin, now the 58-year-old man walking behind his uncle's. He wore his naval uniform, his face a mask of granite. He did not weep, he marched, he saluted. But those close to him noted a deepening of the lines around his eyes, a hardening of his already sharp temper in the months that followed. The loss left a vacuum in the family dynamic that was dangerous. Mountbatten had been the bridge between the generations, particularly between Philip and Charles. He was the one man Charles listened to, the one man who could tell Philip to back off. Without him, the hedgehog and the fox were left alone in the cage, with no referee. Historians often speculate that the tragedy of Mollegmar set the stage for the next great disaster, the marriage of Charles and Diana. It was Mountbatten who had urged Charles to sow his wild oats and then find a sweet young girl to marry. It was Mountbatten's voice that echoed in Charles's head, urging him to settle down. In the grief-stricken panic following the assassination, Charles felt an urgent need to fulfill his great-uncle's destiny, to do what Dickie would have wanted. He accelerated his search for a bride, vulnerable and lost, looking for someone to comfort him. Had Mountbatten lived, he might have steered Charles differently. He might have spotted the incompatibility sooner. Instead, his ghost presided over the courtship. Philip, dealing with his own loss, perhaps pushed Charles too hard to get on with it, viewing marriage as a solution to the prince's grief. The bomb in Sligo Bay didn't just kill an old man. It sent shockwaves through the timeline of the future, destabilising the foundations of the next generation. In the quiet aftermath, Philip retreated to his books and his work. He took over some of Mountbatten's patronages, stepping into the shoes he had once found too large. He became the ranger of Windsor Great Park in a more spiritual sense, guarding the perimeter. But the sea, once his place of freedom, had now claimed another victim. First his career, now his mentor. The shadow of Mountbatten lay long across the palace floors. Philip realised that he was now the old man of the tribe. The insulation was gone. He stood on the front line of mortality. There is a story that in the weeks after the funeral, Philip spent hours arranging his uncle's papers, sorting through the debris of a life lived at the centre of power. In those letters, he surely found the history of his own creation, the schemes, the hopes, the designs that Dickie had for him. He saw himself through the old man's eyes, the Viking prince who saved the dynasty. And perhaps, in the silence of the archives, the Iron Shield finally allowed himself a moment of gratitude for the meddlesome, brilliant, impossible man who had plucked him from an orange crate and set him on a throne. The chapter of the uncles was closed. The era of the patriarch had begun. The winter was coming again, and Philip stood alone on the ramparts watching the horizon, knowing that from now on he would have to be the one to guide the ship through the gathering dark. The calendar turns to the early 1990s, and the golden coach of the fairy tale has turned into a pumpkin, rotting visibly on the front pages of the tabloids. The War of the Waleses is in full destructive swing. Kensington Palace and Highgrove have become armed camps, leaking venomous stories to the press like mustard gas. To the outside world, the narrative is a soap opera of tears and revenge dresses. To the insiders at Buckingham Palace, it is a constitutional crisis that threatens to bring the roof down. The Queen, trained to endure and say nothing, watches the immolation of her son's marriage with a profound, paralysed distress. She hates confrontation. She hopes, perhaps naively, that silence will starve the fire of oxygen. But Prince Philip, the man who installed the intercoms and fought the grey men of the court, knows that fire does not go out when you ignore it. It spreads. The Iron Shield realises he must step into the breach, not with a sword, but with a typewriter. We find him in his study, a room cluttered with books, naval memorabilia, and the smell of old paper. It is the summer of 1992. He sits before his electric typewriter. He prefers the mechanical certainty of it to the silent ambiguity of a computer, and begins to tap out a series of letters that will become one of the most misunderstood chapters of his life. He is writing to his daughter-in-law, Diana. The press, sensing a villain, will later paint Philip as a tyrant, a wicked father-in-law barking orders at the fragile princess. But the truth, revealed years later during the inquests and through leaks of the correspondence, is far more complex and startlingly humane. He signs the letters with love, Pa. He is not writing to destroy her. He is writing to save her, and by extension, to save his son and the monarchy. The tone of these letters is a fascinating study in the Philip paradox. They are a mixture of deep empathy and brutal, unvarnished honesty. He does not coddle her. He tells her that being married to Charles is difficult. He admits that his son has been foolish and insensitive. In one letter, he writes with a candour that must have shocked the staff who filed the carbon copies. I cannot imagine anyone in their right mind leaving you for Camilla. It is a validation of her pain, a rare admission from the senior royals that Charles's affair is a baffling betrayal. He acknowledges that the family has not always known how to support her, writing, "We do not approve of either of you having lovers." Charles was silly to risk everything with Camilla for a man in his position. We never dreamed he might feel like leaving you for her. However, Philip is also a pragmatist. He challenges Diana. He asks her to look in the mirror. Can you honestly look into your heart and say that Charles's relationship with Camilla had nothing to do with your behaviour towards him in your marriage? He asks. It is a sharp question, the kind of Gordonstoun inquiry that demands accountability. He criticises her courting of the press, her erratic temper, her jealousy. He is trying to act as a marriage counsellor, offering a deal. We will support you, we will try to understand, but you must stop burning down the house. He is offering a navigational chart to a ship that is spinning in circles. I will do my utmost to help you and Charles to the best of my ability, he promises, but I'm quite ready to concede that I have no talent as a marriage counsellor. Scholars and biographers debate the impact of this intervention. Did it help? For a while it seemed to. Diana replied, addressing him as "dearest Pa," and thanking him for his understanding and tact. She seemed touched that the gruff old sailor was taking the time to write page after page of advice. It shattered the myth that he hated her. In fact, Philip saw much of himself in Diana. She was an outsider. She was impatient with protocol. She wanted to do things her own way. He admired her work with charities. He respected her ability to connect with people, but he could not understand her emotional volatility. To a man who had buried his grief under layers of granite discipline, Diana's public weeping and oversharing were alien and frightening. He was trying to teach her the survival code of the Windsors: suffer in silence, do your duty, and find your happiness in the work. But Diana was not looking for a survival code. She was looking for an escape hatch. The tragedy of the correspondence is that it ultimately failed. The rift was too deep. Charles was too entrenched in his resentment. Diana was too wounded and paranoid. As the war escalated, Philip's patience, never a boundless resource, began to snap. When the biography by Andrew Morton was published, revealing the family's darkest secrets, Philip felt betrayed. He saw it as a breach of the omertà, the code of silence that held the firm together. His later letters reportedly became sterner, more exasperated. He essentially washed his hands of the mediation, retreating into a furious disappointment. He had tried to be the bridge, but the bridge had been blown up. Yet, the image of Philip at his typewriter remains a poignant one. It shows a man desperately trying to hold the centre together while the wings fall apart. He was the only one willing to say the unsaid things, to put the mess into words. He was trying to parent two damaged adults who were trapped in a gilded cage he knew all too well. He failed to save the marriage, but the effort revealed the heart beating beneath the uniform. He wasn't the heartless patriarch. He was a man who knew the cost of duty, trying to explain the bill to a woman who no longer wanted to pay it. As 1992 grinds toward its conclusion, the letters stop. The lawyers take over. The warmth of dearest Pa freezes into the icy legalese of separation decrees. Philip watches from the window of Buckingham Palace as the tabloids feast on the carcass of the dream. He feels the vibrations of the coming earthquake. The fire he tried to put out with paper is now raging out of control. And he knows, with the instinct of a sailor who feels the drop in barometric pressure, that the worst is yet to come. The year is not just ending, it is collapsing. The Queen is about to face the annus horribilis, and Philip, his typewriter silent, can do nothing now but stand beside her and brace for impact. The iron shield is dented, scorch-marked and weary, but it is the only thing standing between the Queen and the falling debris of her children's lives. The year 1992, already bruised by the collapsing marriages of 3 of the Queen's 4 children, saved its most theatrical cruelty for the very end. It is November 20th, the morning of the Queen and Prince Philip's 45th wedding anniversary. There are no champagne corks popping today. Instead, the air over the Thames Valley is thick with a terrified, acrid fog. Windsor Castle, the oldest and largest inhabited castle in the world, the spiritual home of the dynasty, the stone cradle where the family retreats for Christmas, is burning. A spotlight ignited a curtain in the private chapel, and the fire, fed by the dry timber of centuries, has exploded into a firestorm. It tears through the Brunswick Tower and roars into the magnificent St. George's Hall, consuming priceless tapestries and melting lead roofs into silver rain. The sensory violence of the day is overwhelming. The sound is a deafening roar, like a jet engine trapped inside a chimney, punctuated by the sickening crash of ancient oak beams giving way. The smell is distinctive and heartbreaking. The scent of history incinerating. It smells of old varnish, scorched velvet, and the peculiar mineral tang of wet stone steaming in the heat. The Queen arrives in her raincoat and boots, a small solitary figure standing in the quadrangle silhouetted against the orange glow of the inferno. She watches as firefighters pump millions of gallons of water into the home she loves, water that saves the structure but ruins what the fire misses. It is the physical manifestation of the annus horribilis. The family is fracturing, the public is angry, and now the roof is literally falling in. Crucially, Philip is not standing beside her in the quadrangle as the flames lick the sky. He is thousands of miles away in Argentina on a World Wildlife Fund engagement. The timing is a final, bitter irony. On the day their home burns, the iron shield is physically absent, leaving the Queen to face the destruction alone. But his absence is brief. When he returns, he does not offer platitudes or weep over the ashes. He walks into the ruin, kicks the debris with his boot, and asks, "Right, how do we fix this?" For Philip, the fire is a tragedy, but the wreckage is an opportunity. He has spent 40 years trying to modernize the monarchy. Now, fate has given him a blank canvas in the form of a gutted castle. He is appointed chairman of the Restoration Committee. It is a role he was born for. He is the ranger, the architect, the pragmatist. The restoration of Windsor Castle becomes Philip's masterpiece of project management. He runs the committee with the same terrifying efficiency he brought to the Magpie. He is involved in every detail, from the sourcing of the oak to the design of the new ceiling in St. George's Hall. Historians and architects still debate the brilliance of his influence here. The traditionalists wanted to rebuild the castle exactly as it was, a perfect replica of the past. Philip argued that this was foolish. "It's a living house, not a museum," he insisted. He pushed for a Gothic modern approach, blending the medieval aesthetic with modern engineering and subtle contemporary touches. He famously sketched a design for a new stained glass window in the private chapel himself, depicting not saints, but the firefighter who saved the castle and the scavenger who saved the art, a touch of populist genius that honoured the workers rather than the angels. There is a moment of levity amidst the dust of construction. Philip, wearing a hard hat, is inspecting the site. He finds a gargoyle or a piece of carving that looks particularly ugly or strange. Instead of ordering it removed, He laughs and insists it stays, perhaps seeing a kinship with the grotesque and the odd. He drives the contractors hard. He hates waste. He demands that the restoration be finished on time and under budget, a feat that, in the world of British public works, is akin to walking on water. And he succeeds. The castle is rebuilt in 5 years, rising from the ashes stronger, more efficient, and structurally sounder than it had been for centuries. But the fire is more than just a construction project. It is a metaphor for the resilience of the couple. While the tabloids are screaming about the cost of the repairs and the failing marriages, Philip and Elizabeth are quietly rebuilding the foundations. The Annus Horribilis speech delivered by the Queen at Guildhall just days after the fire is raw and unprecedented. 1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure, she admits, her voice raspy with a cold. Philip watches her from the head table. He knows the toll the year has taken. He knows the humiliation of the War of the Walesers, the pain of the fire, the sheer exhaustion of holding the line. But as he oversees the placing of the final beam in St. George's Hall, he is making a statement. We are still here. The fire burned the drapes, but the stone held. The restoration of Windsor is Philip's tangible legacy. Every time a tourist walks through the new lantern lobby or looks up at the hammer beam roof of the hall, they are looking at Philip's vision. He took a disaster and turned it into a triumph of craftsmanship. He proved that the old firm could still build things that lasted. As the scaffolding comes down in 1997, revealing the honey-coloured stone, cleansed of centuries of grime, the castle glows in the sunlight. It is ready for the next century. But the emotional restoration of the family is far from complete. The fire at Windsor was extinguished, but the fire in the hearts of the public and the press was still smouldering, and just as the paint was drying on the new walls, a car would enter a tunnel in Paris, and the monarchy would face a shockwave that would make the Windsor fire look like a candle flame. The Iron Shield had rebuilt the fortress, but he was about to face an enemy that no wall could keep out, a nation's grief weaponized against its own queen. The narrative calendar turns a heavy page, moving from the scaffolding of the 1990s into the new millennium. It is 2002, the year of the Golden Jubilee, marking 50 years of Elizabeth's reign. But before the bunting can be hung or the street parties organised, the year opens with a hollow echoing silence in the royal heart. In the span of just 7 weeks, the Queen loses the 2 pillars of her past, her younger sister, Princess Margaret, and her mother, the Queen Mother. The happy family of the 1930s, the King, the Queen, Lilibet, and Margaret, is now reduced to a single survivor. Elizabeth stands utterly alone on the stage of her bloodline. The grief is compounded by a cynical press that predicts the Jubilee will be a damp squib, a humiliating echo of a faded empire. The newspapers ask, does anyone still care? They predict empty streets and apathy, suggesting the monarchy is a spent force, drifting aimlessly in the wake of the Diana years. Into this vacuum of sorrow and scepticism steps the 81-year-old Duke of Edinburgh. If ever the Iron Shield was needed, it is now. Philip is no longer the dashing naval officer or the restless modernizer. He is an old man, his face etched with the roadmap of 1,000 tours, his walk slightly slower, suffering from arthritis that he refuses to acknowledge. But his spirit is made of titanium. He recognizes that the Queen is at her most vulnerable. The grief of losing her mother and sister has shaken her. She needs more than a consort. She needs a rock. And so Philip summons a reserve of energy that defies his age. He stands beside her at the funerals, a grim, protective presence in a black greatcoat, watching the coffins pass. his eyes scanning the crowd, not for threats, but for the mood of the nation. He is the last contemporary left standing, the only person who remembers the world before the war, the only person who calls her Lilibet. The dynamic of the marriage shifts again. He becomes the primary emotional anchor, filling the void left by the Queen Mother's death. The pivotal moment of this era, and perhaps the most defining moment of their public relationship, occurs not on a balcony, but in the Gothic grandeur of Westminster Hall. The Queen is addressing both Houses of Parliament. It is a formal, terrifyingly grand occasion. She stands before the gathered MPs and lords, a small figure in gold and blue. She speaks of the changes she has seen, of the Commonwealth, of duty, and then she breaks the script of royal reserve. She talks about Philip. For 5 decades, he has walked 2 steps behind, swallowed his pride, and accepted the role of the amoeba. Now, she turns the spotlight fully onto him. Her voice is steady, but the words are heavy with a lifetime of unexpressed gratitude. He has, quite simply, been my strength and stay all these years, and I, and his whole family, and this, and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. Strength and stay. The phrase is biblical, architectural, and profoundly accurate. It is the vindication of his entire life. He is not the star, he is the guy wire that keeps the mast from snapping in the storm. Philip, sitting nearby, looks down at his hands, shifting uncomfortably. He hates compliments. He hates emotional displays. But the camera catches a flicker of something in his eyes, perhaps a quiet satisfaction, or perhaps just the relief of having the contract publicly honoured. He has done the job. He has held the line. The summer of 2002 defies the predictions of the cynics. The Jubilee is not a flop. It is a riot of affection. 1 million people flood the mall. They are not there for the pageantry of 1953. They are there for the people. They are there to say thank you to the little old lady and her grumpy husband, who have simply kept going. The party at the palace is a surreal collision of high culture and pop noise. Brian May plays God Save the Queen on an electric guitar from the roof of Buckingham Palace, the notes screaming across London. Philip stands in the royal box wearing earplugs, a practical concession to the volume, watching Ozzy Osbourne and Elton John perform in his backyard. He likely thinks the music is dreadful noise, but he appreciates the logistics. He sees the crowd, he sees the sea of Union Jacks. He realises that the project he started in 1947, the project of keeping the monarchy relevant, has worked. They have survived. This period marks a softening of Philip's public image. He transitions from the cantankerous duke who makes gaffes to the nation's grandfather. The public begins to cherish his bluntness. In a world of spin doctors and carefully scripted politicians, Philip is refreshingly, dangerously authentic. When he asks an Australian Aborigine if they are still throwing spears, the press screams in horror, but the public often chuckles with a kind of affectionate exasperation. They realise that his gaffes are often just his way of breaking the ice, of treating people like human beings rather than subjects. He becomes a cult figure. He is the man who says what he thinks. He is the man who still fits into his wedding uniform. He is the man who drives his carriage like a chariot racer. The sensory details of the Jubilee tour are exhausting just to contemplate. They travel thousands of miles, visiting every region of the UK. Philip is 81. The Queen is 76. They stand in the rain in Manchester. They wave from cars in Cornwall. They attend endless civic lunches where the chicken is dry and the speeches are long. And Philip is always there, steering the conversation, spotting the lonely person in the crowd, making the joke that relaxes the room. You look like you're ready for bed. he might say to a weary mare, instantly dissolving the tension. He is the warm-up act and the bouncer combined. He protects the queen from boredom and from intrusion. He manages the pace. If she lingers too long, he gives a subtle signal to move on. They are a double act, polished by 50 years of rehearsal. Behind the scenes, the golden jubilee strength is built on a quiet domestic rhythm. At Windsor or Balmoral, away from the cheering crowds, they are an old couple comfortable in their silence. They read the newspapers together at breakfast, they watch television, they argue about the state of the garden. The passion of the early years has transmuted into a companionable devotion that is bulletproof. Philip has his own life, his carriage driving, his library, his correspondence, and she has hers. They do not live in each other's pockets, which is the secret of their longevity, but they are never far apart. He is the only person on earth who treats her as a woman, not an icon. He is the only one who can tell her to shut up or criticize her hat, grounding her in reality. As the fireworks fade over Buckingham Palace at the end of the Jubilee weekend, illuminating the faces of the million people below, the Queen and Prince Philip stand on the balcony. They are small figures against the vast backdrop of the night. The roar of the crowd is a physical wave of sound. Philip waves, a slight crooked smile on his face. He is looking out at a country that has changed beyond recognition since he first arrived as a penniless refugee in an orange box. It is multicultural, modern, loud, and democratic. Yet they are cheering for him. The Greek prince, the exile, the man who gave up everything to be the husband. The strength and stay has held the building up for half a century. The cracks have been repaired, the roof is sound. And as they turn to go back inside, leaving the noise behind, Philip places a hand on his wife's back, a small instinctive gesture of guidance and support that says, "We did it, Lilibet. We're still here." The Golden Jubilee wasn't just a party. It was a victory lap for the Iron Shield. The narrative camera zooms in now on a pair of weathered hands, the knuckles swollen with arthritis, the skin spotted with age, yet gripping 4 strips of leather with a tension that could hold back a tidal wave. We are in the great park at Windsor, under the dripping canopy of ancient oaks. The year is indeterminate. It could be 2005, 2010, or 2015, because for Prince Philip, the battle against time is a constant daily guerrilla war. He's been forced to hang up his polo mallet, a surrender to the synovitis in his wrist that felt like a death in the family. To a man who defines himself by physical agency, the loss of his primary sport was a terrifying glimpse of the armchair waiting in the shadows. But Philip does not do armchairs. If he cannot ride a horse, he decides he will drive them. He invents a new way to go fast. He helps codify the rules of international carriage driving, turning a Victorian mode of transport into an extreme sport. This is the era of reins in hand, where the Iron Shield refuses to rust, choosing instead to thunder through the mud at 30 miles an hour, terrifying his grooms and defying the calendar. To the uninitiated, carriage driving sounds like a gentle pastime for the elderly, a Sunday trot with a picnic basket. To Philip, it is 3 tons of lethal momentum. He sits perched high on the box of a carriage he helped design, often a sleek, terrifyingly sprung vehicle. In front of him are 4 fell ponies, black sturdy beasts with names like Storm and Notorious, connected to his hands by 30 feet of leather. The sensory experience is violent. It is the thunder of 16 iron-shod hooves beating the earth, the rattle of the wheels, the shout of commands, and the spray of mud hitting the face. It requires a chess player's mind and a weightlifter's arms. You have to anticipate the corner before you reach it, balancing the carriage with your own body weight, threading the needle between trees with inches to spare. For a man in his 80s and 90s, it is madness. For Philip, it is oxygen. He approaches the sport with his trademark engineering obsession. He is not just a driver, he is a mechanic. He spends hours in the Royal Mews, debating the torque of the wheels and the balance of the shafts. He sketches designs for new carriages on the backs of envelopes, creating vehicles that are lighter, faster, and more durable. He is the Red Dragon, the name of one of his favourite carriages, flying his own flag. There is a fierce, almost comical competitiveness to his driving. He competes against men 50 years his junior. He doesn't want to participate, he wants to win. There are stories of him taking corners on two wheels, his grooms clinging on for dear life, while the Duke grins with a wolfish delight. He tips over more than once. He breaks bones. He dusts himself off, swears at the ponies, and climbs back on. The iron shield is dented but never pierced. This obsession with driving is a profound metaphor for his psychology in the twilight of his life. As he ages, his world shrinks. He can no longer command a ship. He can no longer modernize the palace. It is done. He can no longer control the press or the lives of his grandchildren. But here, on the box seat, he is the absolute master. He holds the reins. He decides the speed. He decides the direction. It is a rebellion against the fading of the light. When he is driving, he is not the Queen's husband. He is the alpha predator of the park. The ponies do not care about protocol. They care about the hands that guide them. And Philip's hands, despite the pain, are steady. There is a touching solitude to these mornings in the park. Often he drives alone, save for a groom. He disappears into the mist of Windsor, escaping the red boxes and the worries of the state. He watches the seasons change from the height of his carriage, the bluebells of spring, the heavy green of summer, the gold of autumn, and the stark skeletal branches of winter. He knows every tree, every rut in the road. It is his kingdom within a kingdom. He is also known to be a menace to the unsuspecting public. Walkers in the park tell stories of diving into the bracken as the Duke's carriage comes hurtling down a track, the Duke shouting a cheerful, or sometimes not so cheerful, warning. He refuses to be a museum piece. He demands the right to be a hazard, but the body ultimately has the final vote. As he moves into his mid-90s, the sheer physical strength required to hold 4 ponies becomes too much. He has to downgrade to 2 ponies, then eventually to a more sedate pace. It is a slow, grudging retreat. Yet, even when he can no longer compete, he refuses to stop. He drives around the estates, checking the crops, inspecting the fences, using the carriage as his patrol vehicle. He is the old lion surveying his territory. The image of Philip, wrapped in a heavy coat, a flat cap pulled low over his eyes, gripping the reins with gnarly hands, becomes iconic. It is the image of endurance. It says that as long as you have a pulse, you have a purpose. You keep moving. You keep driving. In these late years, he also takes up a softer hobby to balance the adrenaline, painting. But even his painting is disciplined. He paints landscapes, oils of the castle, studies of birds. He sits in the quiet of his study, the smell of turpentine replacing the smell of horses, but the driving remains his true love. It is the last link to the action hero of his youth, the last ember of the man who jumped tennis nets and hunted submarines. One day, he knows, he will have to drop the reins. But not today. Today the sun is out, the ponies are fresh, and the road is open. He cracks the whip, not to hurt, but to signal, and the carriage lurches forward, carrying the old man away from the nurses and the doctors, back into the wind, back into the life he has fought so hard to own. The roar of the carriage wheels fades into the soft rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock. The adrenaline of the reins in hand era slowly ebbs away, replaced by a stillness that is both heavy and peaceful. It is August 2017. In the pouring rain at Buckingham Palace, Prince Philip, aged 96, lifts his bowler hat to a parade of Royal Marines. It is his 219th solo engagement. It is also his last. He cracks a final joke, telling the soldiers they should all be locked up for standing in the wet. And then he turns and walks away. He is standing down, not resigning, but retiring. After 70 years of walking 2 steps behind, of cutting ribbons, of shaking hands, and of making small talk with strangers, the Iron Shield has finally been granted permission to lay down his arms. He leaves London. He leaves the red boxes and the intercoms and the heavy velvet curtains. He heads north to Norfolk, to a modest red brick house on the edge of the Sandringham estate known as Wood Farm. This is the final sanctuary. This is the hermitage of the lion in winter. Wood Farm is not a palace. It has no throne room, no gallery, no echoing corridors of marble. It is a large, comfortable farmhouse that smells of wood smoke, wet dogs, old leather and turpentine. It is the place the royal family has always used to escape the stiffness of the big house. Here, the staff do not wear livery. They wear polo shirts and trousers. The food is simple. Venison sausages, mashed potatoes, maybe a glass of beer. For Philip, this unpretentious cottage fits him like a worn naval coat. It is the bachelor pad he never really had. The captain's cabin where he is the sole master of the routine. He strips his life down to the essentials. He is no longer the Duke on display. He is just a very old man who wants to read his books and watch the rain fall on the marshes. Historians and royal watchers were initially baffled by this arrangement. Why was the Queen still in London, while her husband was 100 miles away in Norfolk? Was this a separation? A rift? The tabloids whispered about a broken marriage. But they missed the profound love inherent in the distance. The Queen, knowing her husband's restless spirit, knew that keeping him trapped in Buckingham Palace with nothing to do would be a form of torture. She released him. She gave him the gift of solitude, a reward for 7 decades of service. It was an act of supreme generosity. They spoke every day on the telephone, Philip often shouting down the line because he refused to wear his hearing aids, and she visited when she could, transforming into a country wife for the weekend, doing the washing up while he read by the fire. It was a weekend marriage that felt strangely modern, yet deeply rooted in their mutual understanding of duty and freedom. The days at Wood Farm followed a slow, monastic rhythm. Philip, a man who had spent his life rushing, now had all the time in the world. He devoured books. His library was vast, over 13,000 volumes, and his taste was eclectic and surprisingly spiritual. He read history, military strategy, and biographies, but he also read deep theology and philosophy. He was obsessed with the questions of existence, of God, of the nature of the soul. The Philistine portrayed by the press was actually a closet intellectual who corresponded with theologians and scientists. He sat in his armchair, surrounded by stacks of paper, a magnifying glass in hand, annotating the margins, arguing with the authors long after they were dead. He was still the seeker, the man who had looked at the stars from the Bridge of the Valiant, now looking for answers in the text, and he painted. The Iron Shield picked up the brush. His studio at Wood Farm was his command centre. He painted oils and watercolours, landscapes of the flat, grey Norfolk fields, studies of birds, abstracts that tried to capture the light. Critics might have been polite about his talent, but for Philip, the process was the point. Painting requires you to stop and look. It forces you to notice the way the light hits a tree trunk or the colour of a shadow on the snow. It was a meditation. It was the only time his mind stopped racing. He would sit for hours, smelling the oil paint, lost in the canvas, trying to create something permanent in a world that was slipping away. But even in this quiet retirement, the Gordonstoun grit remained. He refused to be an invalid. He walked every day, leaning heavily on his stick, refusing help. He wanted to stand on his own 2 feet until the very end. He watched cooking shows on television, fascinated by the mechanics of food preparation. Mary Berry was a favourite. He watched cricket. He grumbled at the news. He was a watcher now, observing the world he had helped shape from a distance. The silence of Wood Farm was not empty. It was filled with memory. Every corner of the house held a ghost of the past, photos of his children, mementos from the Britannia, perhaps a small piece of the Berlin Wall, or a stone from the Antarctic. However, the solitude was occasionally shattered by the reality of his declining faculties. In January 2019, the reins-in-hand instinct led to disaster. Driving his Land Rover near the estate, blinded by the low winter sun, he pulled out and collided with another car. The Land Rover flipped. Philip was pulled from the wreckage, shaken and bruised, but miraculously alive. The public outcry was immediate. Why is a 97-year-old driving? He was forced finally to surrender his license. It was a crushing blow, perhaps harder to bear than the retirement itself. It was the loss of his last independent mobility. He apologised to the other driver, he surrendered his keys, and he retreated back into the farmhouse. The circle was closing. The perimeter was shrinking. Now he was truly confined to the grounds. Yet there was no self-pity. Visitors to Wood Farm described him as mentally sharp, funny, and content. He seemed to have made peace with his life. The anger of the amoeba years, the frustration of the conservation paradox, the grief of Mountbatten, it had all settled into a calm sediment. He enjoyed the simple things, the flight of a barn owl at dusk, the warmth of the fire, the arrival of the Queen's helicopter landing on the lawn. He was the old oak of the family, gnarled and weathered, losing his leaves, but still standing. He knew the end was coming. He spoke of it with his usual unsentimental bluntness. "I don't want to hang on until I'm a cabbage," he had often said. At Wood Farm he wasn't a cabbage, he was a lion resting in the long grass, watching the sun go down. The sensory world of Section 27 is one of twilight. It is the smell of damp earth and old books. It is the sound of the wind in the chimney and the scratching of a paintbrush on canvas. It is the taste of tea drunk from a simple mug, not fine china. It is the feeling of a heavy wool blanket over cold knees. The camera lingers on Philip, sitting by the window, looking out at the rain. He is thinking, perhaps, of the boy in the orange box, of the searchlights at Madapan, of the girl in the tiara. It has been a long journey. The noise of the century is fading. He is waiting for the final command. But before the silence becomes absolute, the world has one more surprise in store, a global catastrophe that will force the Iron Shield to pick up his duty one last time, not for the public, but for the one person who matters most. The solitude of Wood Farm is about to be broken by a pandemic that will send the world into lockdown and reunite the couple for a final, unexpected honeymoon in the shadow of the castle. The helicopter blades slice through the cold, grey air of Norfolk in March 2020, disrupting the monastic silence of Wood Farm with a rhythmic, mechanical urgency that signalled the end of the solitary retreat. Prince Philip, 98 years old and increasingly frail, was being recalled to the castle, not by a government decree or a naval order, but by a microscopic enemy that had brought the entire world to a shuddering halt. The COVID-19 pandemic was sweeping across the globe, turning cities into ghost towns and forcing nations behind closed doors. For the royal family, the directive was clear: protect the Queen. And the Queen, facing a terrifying indefinite isolation at Windsor Castle, wanted her husband. The Iron Shield was needed one last time. not to fight a war or modernise an institution, but simply to sit in the same room so that the monarch would not be alone in the dark. As Philip was helped into the helicopter, leaving behind his books, his painting studio, and the flat, wet marshes he loved, he must have known he was leaving Wood Farm for the last time. He was flying back into the centre of the goldfish bowl, but this time the water had been drained. He arrived at Windsor Castle to find a fortress transformed. The tourists were gone. The changing of the guard had stopped. The vast, echoing state rooms were empty. But the most startling change was the silence in the sky. For decades, Windsor had lived under the roar of the Heathrow flight path, a constant thundering reminder of the modern world. Now, with global travel paralysed, the skies were empty. The birdsong returned to the quadrangle. The ancient castle, usually a hive of hundreds of staff, was stripped down to a skeleton crew of 22 dedicated retainers who agreed to isolate from their own families to serve the couple. They called it HMS Bubble. Life inside the bubble was a strange suspended twilight, a return to a simplicity the couple had not known since those sun-drenched days in Malta 70 years earlier. Stripped of the red boxes, the investitures, the prime ministerial audiences, and the relentless pressure of the diary, Elizabeth and Philip were suddenly just a husband and wife in their 90s, sheltering from a storm. Historians and biographers often point to this final year as a serendipitous gift, a second honeymoon granted by catastrophe. For the first time in decades, they ate lunch and dinner together every single day. They sat at a small table, not at the end of a banqueting hall, sharing simple meals, discussing the news, reminiscing about the old days when the world was younger and they were faster. The friction of their middle years, the arguments about names, the stress of the children's marriages, the relentless pace of duty had long since eroded, leaving behind the smooth, polished stone of a companionship that required no words. They were two survivors on a life raft. They took walks in the sunken gardens, Philip moving slowly, leaning heavily on his stick, the Queen matching her pace to his, a reversal of the decades where he had walked 2 steps behind her. Now she walked beside him, or sometimes patiently, a step behind, waiting for him to steady himself. The sensory details of this time are painted in soft watercolours, the smell of the blooming roses in the East Terrace garden, the sound of the fountain playing in the silence, the flickering light of the television in the private sitting room where they watch the news of the world falling apart, safe in their stone cocoon. There is a scholarly debate about Philip's state of mind during this confinement. Was he frustrated? Did the caged lion roar against the dying of the light? Accounts from inside the bubble suggest a man who had finally made peace with his limitations. He spent his days reading, writing letters to his family, and organising his massive collection of photographs. He was tidying up his life, sorting the legacy. He was no longer trying to drive the carriage. He was content to be the passenger. But the iron shield still had a few flashes of steel left. In June 2020, he celebrated his 99th birthday. In 9th, a photograph was released to mark the occasion, taken in the castle quadrangle. It shows the couple standing in the sunlight. Philip is immaculate in a blazer and tie, standing upright, defying his age with sheer willpower. He looks thin, his skin almost translucent, like parchment stretched over old bone, but his eyes are clear. He is standing there for her. He is projecting strength because that is his job. It is a masterclass in duty. He does not look like a man in pain, though he almost certainly was. He looks like a prince. Then in July came a moment of unexpected joy. His granddaughter, Princess Beatrice, had to cancel her grand wedding due to the lockdown. Instead, she opted for a tiny private ceremony at the Royal Chapel of All Saints on the Windsor grounds. Philip, who had practically retired from public view, made a supreme effort. He dressed in his finest suit. He walked out of the castle, smiling, eyes twinkling. He wanted to be there. In the photos, he stands at a social distance, beaming at the bride, who is wearing a vintage dress borrowed from the Queen. It was a flash of the old magic, the family patriarch gathering the tribe, celebrating continuity, even in the midst of a plague. But as the summer faded into autumn, and the second wave of the virus darkened the mood of the nation, the shadows inside the castle lengthened. Philip's health was quietly, visibly failing. He slept more. His appetite waned. The walks in the garden became shorter, then stopped altogether. He spent more time in his chair, a blanket over his knees, looking out at the round tower. The old oak was losing its leaves, yet the intimacy of the bubble remained the sustaining force. He was there to reassure the Queen as she navigated the complexities of the pandemic, delivering her broadcasts to the nation. He was the sounding board, the critic, the comfort. They were a self-contained unit, a universe of two. There's a profound poignancy in the image of them sitting together in the evenings, perhaps listening to music or simply sitting in silence. They had seen everything together. They had known Churchill and Mandela, Kennedy and Reagan. They had seen the empire fall and the Commonwealth rise. They had seen their children divorce and their castle burn. And now, at the very end of the road, they were back where they started, a girl and a boy, holding hands in the dark, waiting for the dawn. The bubble at Windsor was not a prison, it was a sanctuary. It allowed Philip to lay down his armour piece by piece, in the safety of his own home, in the presence of the only person who truly knew, the man beneath the medals. He was fading, yes. The energy that had powered the Magpie and the World Wildlife Fund was flickering. But he was not alone. He was warm, he was safe. And as the winter of 2020 settled over the castle, bringing with it the biting frost and the long nights, Philip prepared himself for the final journey, knowing that he had kept his vow. He had been the liege man of life and limb. He had been the strength and stay. And now, the watch was nearly over. The winter of 2021 was bleak, a season where the fog outside the castle walls seemed to mirror the uncertainty within. The iron shield, which had deflected the arrows of fortune for 99 years, was finally beginning to thin. In mid-February, the inevitable occurred. Prince Philip, feeling unwell, but characteristically refusing to make a fuss, was driven away from Windsor Castle. He did not go in an ambulance with sirens wailing. He walked to the car, unaided, his back straight, a final act of physical defiance against the infirmity that sought to claim him. He was admitted to King Edward VII's Hospital in London. The official palace statement called it a precautionary measure, a phrase designed to calm the public and the markets, but those who knew the Duke understood that he did not go to hospitals for a rest. He went only when the machinery of his body gave him no other choice. Thus began the longest month, a 28-day odyssey of isolation, tests, and the sterile hum of medical equipment that must have been a torment for a man who craved fresh air and agency. Because of the strict COVID-19 regulations, he was cut off from his family. The bubble was pierced. He lay in a private room, shielded from the virus but exposed to the loneliness of the patient. The Queen remained at Windsor, separated from her husband by 20 miles and a pandemic blockade. They spoke on the phone, but the absence of her physical presence must have been a heavy weight in the room. The narrative darkens as he is transferred to St. Bartholomew's Hospital for a procedure on a pre-existing heart condition. It is a staggering thought, a 99-year-old man undergoing heart surgery. The physical resilience required to survive the anesthesia and the operation is a testament to the Gordonstoun grit that still flowed in his veins. He survived. He fought his way back to consciousness, back to the surface. But the man who woke up was different. The fight had taken the last of his reserves. He was transferred back to King Edward VII, but his patience with the medical establishment was exhausted. He was done with the needles, the monitors, the nurses asking him how he felt. He issued a final command, one that carried the full weight of his authority. He wanted to go home. He did not want to die in a hospital bed, surrounded by machines and strangers. He wanted his own bed. He wanted to see the round tower. He wanted Lilibet. The doctors likely advised against it, but one does not argue with the Duke of Edinburgh when his mind is made up. On March 16th, he was discharged. The images of him in the back of the car are haunting. He looks gaunt, his eyes deep-set, a man who has looked into the abyss and turned away for one last journey. The return to Windsor was his final victory. He had escaped. As the car crunched over the gravel of the quadrangle, the relief must have been physical. He was back in the sanctuary. The final 3 weeks of his life were peaceful, a slow, gentle fading of the light. He was weak. Yes, he slept for long periods, but he was lucid. He refused to go back to the hospital. He refused the wheelchair as much as possible, though his legs were failing. He spent his days in his private apartment, sitting in his chair with a blanket over his knees, looking out at the gardens he had walked with the Queen just months before. The sensory world shrank to the view from his window, the changing light on the stone, the flight of birds, the green of the spring trying to break through the cold. He read a little, but the books were heavy now. He wrote fewer letters. He was essentially tidying up his soul, preparing for the departure. The Queen was constantly by his side. She sat with him for hours. They did not need to talk. After 73 years of marriage, everything had been said. The silence between them was not empty. It was full of a shared lifetime, of Malta, of the Britannia, of the children, of the fire, of the laughter. She was simply there, the Lilibet of his youth, holding the hand that had held the reins. There's a profound dignity in how he managed his exit. He stopped the medication that was merely prolonging the inevitable. He stopped the fuss. He accepted that the voyage was ending. He had always been a man of faith, though he rarely spoke of it publicly. His library at Wood Farm was full of theology, and now, in the quiet of Windsor, that faith surely offered a compass for the final crossing. He was not afraid. He was tired. He was ready. On the morning of April 9th, 2021, the wind dropped. The castle was quiet. The sky was a pale English blue. Prince Philip was in his room. The Queen was present. There was no drama, no struggle. The iron shield simply lowered its guard. The heart that had beaten through a century of history, that had raced in battle and swelled with pride and broken with grief, slowed its rhythm. And then it stopped. The old oak fell, but it fell softly, landing on the earth it had protected for so long. He was 2 months shy of his 100th birthday. He had made it to the finish line on his own terms, in his own bed, with his wife beside him. The immediate aftermath was a study in the stunned silence of history. Operation Fourth Bridge, the code name for his death, was activated. But before the world knew, there was a private moment within the castle walls. The staff, who had loved him for his humour and his leadership, were devastated. The Queen, now a widow, had to begin the process of mourning while the world was still oblivious. At midday, the notice was placed on the gates of Buckingham Palace. The flag, the Union Jack he had served under since he was a teenager, was lowered to half-mast. The announcement went out to the world. It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. The news rippled across the globe. cutting through the noise of the pandemic. For a moment, the bickering of the modern world stopped. People looked up from their phones. A giant had left the stage. The reaction was not just mourning, it was a sudden, collective realization of what had been lost. The tributes poured in, not just from presidents and kings, but from the millions of young people who had earned his award, from the conservationists, from the naval officers. They realized that the cantankerous old man was actually a visionary who had shaped the 20th century from the shadows. The grandfather of the nation was gone, but at Windsor the mood was not one of public clamour. It was a hushed, reverent stillness. The round tower stood against the sky, but the light inside was out. The ranger had left the park. The captain had left the bridge. The Queen retreated into her private grief, facing the terrifying prospect of the lonely life that she had feared for so long. Yet, amidst the sorrow, there was a sense of completion. Philip had done his duty. He had stayed until the very end. He had kept his promise to the king in 1952. He had not wavered. As the sun set on April 9th, casting long shadows over the battlements of Windsor, the world felt a little emptier, a little less colourful. The man who had been the sharp-tongued critic, the fearless driver, the devoted consort, and the restless intellectual was now just a memory. But what a memory! The story of the boy in the orange box who became the patriarch of the Windsors had reached its final punctuation mark. He had navigated the storms of exile, the fires of war, and the claustrophobia of the palace, and he had brought the ship safely into harbour. The engines were cut. The silence was absolute. The Duke of Edinburgh was dead. Long live the memory of the Iron Shield. The final curtain of the drama rises, not on a scene of weeping multitudes or gilded carriages, but on the rugged, mechanical growl of an engine. It is April 17th, 2021. The spring sunshine is bathing the grounds of Windsor Castle in a light that feels almost apologetically bright, illuminating the fresh green of the lawns and the ancient grey of the stone. But the silence is profound. There are no crowds pressing against the railings. The pandemic has ensured that the streets are empty. The nation is watching from behind glass screens, separated by the invisible wall of the virus. In the quadrangle, the stage is set for a farewell that is stark, stripped back, and undeniably, defiantly Philip. He had spent years planning this day, with a wry, unsentimental precision, often joking to the Queen that he was just sticking the old man in the boot. He had abhorred the idea of a fuss. He did not want a state funeral. He did not want the pomp of a lying in state. He wanted a military operation, and waiting at the centre of the courtyard is the physical embodiment of his soul, not a horse-drawn gun carriage, but a Land Rover. It is a modified Land Rover Defender TD5 1.30, a vehicle he spent 16 years designing, tweaking, and repainting in a specific military dark bronze green. It is angular, utilitarian, and robust, a machine built for mud, for work, and for endurance. The back has been stripped open, fitted with special rubber stops to hold a coffin in place. It is the most personal hearse in royal history. It tells you everything you need to know about the man. He was a practical problem solver who trusted engineering over etiquette. As the coffin emerges from the castle draped in his personal standard, a flag that maps his journey from Greece to Denmark to the Mountbattens and finally to Edinburgh, it is topped with his naval cap and his sword. The sword is the same one he wore as a young officer, the steel that witnessed the surrender in Tokyo Bay. It is a warrior's goodbye. The procession that follows the Land Rover is a sombre tableau of a family in grief, walking the gauntlet of history. The Prince of Wales, Charles, walks with tears streaming down his face. the weight of the new patriarch settling visibly on his shoulders. Behind him walk William and Harry, separated by a cousin but united by blood, walking in the wake of the grandfather who had once walked behind a coffin with them for their mother. The air is filled not with choral music, but with the crunch of boots on gravel, the rhythmic tolling of the curfew tower bell, and the minute guns firing from the east lawn. The Land Rover moves at a slow walking pace, its engine humming a low diesel dirge. It is unpretentious and gritty. It is the funeral of a man who would rather fix a fence than sit on a throne. Inside St. George's Chapel, the atmosphere is haunting. Because of the COVID-19 regulations, there are only 30 mourners allowed in a space built for 800. The vast nave is empty, the stone echoing with a hollow, lonely beauty. The Queen enters. She is a tiny figure in black, her face half hidden by a black mask. She walks to her seat in the choir, the seat nearest the altar, and sits down, alone. There is no one beside her. The iron shield is gone, and the laws of the land she reigns over forbid anyone from comforting her with a touch. It is the most heartbreaking image of her reign, a portrait of solitary duty that sears itself into the global consciousness. She sits there, stoic and still, watching the coffin of the man she loved for 73 years be placed on the catafalque. She is the Queen, but in this moment she is just a widow in an empty church, saying goodbye to the only person who truly knew her. The service itself is brisk, devoid of a eulogy at his specific request. He wanted no praise, just the prayers. The Dean of Windsor reads the lessons. The choir, reduced to just 4 singers, standing far apart, fills the vault with the music Philip chose. It is strong, seafaring music. The hymn, Eternal Father, Strong to Save, the naval hymn, rises into the rafters, a call to the ocean that Philip loved and left. Then comes the action stations. It is a naval alarm, sounded on bugles, a call to battle. Philip insisted on it. It is a signal that even in death the spirit should be ready for the next command. It is a jolt of energy in the sombre air, a final reminder that the man in the box was a man of action. And then, the moment of finality. The Garter Principal King of Arms reads out the roll call of his titles, a long, rolling list of honours: Baron Greenwich, Earl of Merioneth, Duke of Edinburgh, Prince of the United Kingdom, Lord High Admiral. As the last title fades, the mechanism of the lift begins to whir. Slowly, silently, the coffin begins to sink through the floor of the choir, descending into the royal vault. It is a visceral, mechanical departure. He does not vanish into light. He goes down into the stone, into the earth, joining the kings and queens of the past. The bagpiper, the pipe major of the Royal Regiment of Scotland, begins to play a lament. He walks away from the chapel, his music fading slowly into the distance, becoming a ghost of a sound until there is nothing left but silence. The Queen bows her head. The service is over. The green Land Rover has done its job. The family files out into the sunshine, blinking in the light. The Queen walks to her car. She gets in, and for the first time in her adult life, the seat next to her is empty. The car drives away, back to the castle, back to the desk, back to the red boxes. The lonely life of Prince Philip has ended, but his legacy is woven into the very fabric of the monarchy he saved. He started in an orange crate, a refugee with nothing, and he ended in the Vault of Kings, having given everything. The camera pulls back from the chapel, rising above the round tower, above the winding River Thames, above the green fields of England. The flag is still at half-mast, but the fortress stands strong. The iron shield has been laid down, but the walls it built remain. The story is done. The sailor is home from the sea, and the hunter is home from the hill. The engine of the Land Rover has fallen silent, and the bagpipes have faded into the wind. The history books are closed now. their pages filled with the ink of a century lived at full throttle. The orange crate, the searchlights, the gold coach, the carriage reins, and the quiet painting studio. They are all memories now, drifting like leaves on the surface of time. Let your mind drift away from the stone walls of Windsor. Let the images of crowns and battleships dissolve into a soft grey mist. The story of the Iron Shield was a story of noise and action, but it ends in peace. It ends with the quiet satisfaction of a job well done, of a long watch finally concluded. Imagine the stillness of the ocean at night, the vast calm water stretching out to the horizon, the stars reflecting on the surface. There are no storms here, there is no duty here. There is only the gentle rhythmic rocking of the waves, a lullaby that has been singing since the beginning of the world. You have walked through 100 years tonight. You have seen the boy become the man become the legend, and the legend become the memory. It is time to let him rest, and it is time for you to rest too. The world will still be there when you wake up, turning on its axis. But for now, you are safe in the quiet. Let your breathing slow down. Let your shoulders drop. The heavy doors of the castle are closed. The lights are out. The night watchman is on duty. And all is well. Sleep now, wrapped in the comfort of the past, drifting into the velvet dark, sweet dreams.